Good morning. Good morning, my friends, and welcome. Thank you so much for choosing to spend your day with me. Today is Tuesday, May 28th, 2024, and we are on what appears to be the never-ending trial of Karen Read. Today is day 18. Day 18, and we are expecting Brian Higgins to come back on the stand for some more cross-examination today. David Yannetti is going to be taking over the cross this morning because Alan Jackson had a planned day off, and today is the only day of court this week. So hopefully they're going to go for the full day, and who knows how much longer they have with Brian Higgins, but I think there's still a lot to get into with him. Thanks, Melissa, for becoming a new member. Welcome. And Life 360 for the win. Thanks for gifting 5 memberships, and to those of you who received the memberships randomly through YouTube, congratulations. Brian Higgins, what can we say about Brian Higgins? Well, let's just recap kind of where we left off. Saw a lot of those cringy text messages, and we talked about that kind of stuff. And we saw that Brian Higgins didn't feel like Karen Read had ghosted him, even though the last time he had heard from her by text was the 23rd of January. Then on the 28th of January at the waterfall, I think it was around 11:30, he texted Karen, well, and she never responded to him. Alan Jackson also tried to get him to admit that Karen was ignoring him in the waterfall, but he refused to admit that. He said she was just working the room, saying hi to other people. It wasn't that she was, ignoring him, but she never came over to say hello to him. And then that same night, while Brian Higgins was at 34 Fairview, he texted John O'Keefe at 12:20. Are you coming here? With 2 question marks, 12:20. So keep that in mind. 12:20. Around that same time, Jen McCabe was on the phone with John O'Keefe at 12:14, giving him directions to 34 Fairview. And at one point, she texts him here. And this is all like in the same period of time. And remember that Jen McCabe tried to get Karen to go in the car with her. And according to Karina Kolathikis, said to Jen McCabe, Karina heard Jen say to Karen, "Come with me. I have a surprise for you." And she's like, "What are you talking about?" She's like, "I'm going to take you somewhere. It's a surprise." And she said, "What?" But then she wound up going with John anyway. We know that Brian Higgins has known Brian Albert for at least 15 years. He testified at one time, it may have been during the federal grand jury, that he had drinks with Brian Albert about 50 times in the last 2 years. Somewhere under 50 times. He couldn't exactly narrow it down. And he testified that he discussed the kiss with Karen Read with his supervisor, which I thought was very odd. I think he said her name was Kate Dowd, but not with anybody else. Wonder if she's going to be called as a witness. Claims he didn't tell Brian Albert about the kiss or the flirtation that he was having with Karen Read by text, even though they were in the car together for a very long time on their trip back from New York City to Canton. And when we left, he was being cross-examined about all the times he logged in with his swipe card, with his key card to the Canton PD. It seemed to me that when he was being questioned about Karen ghosting him or ignoring him at the waterfall, he was really defensive about that. And it kind of struck me. And he kind of denied that she was ghosting him and denied that she was ignoring him. And we talked about this yesterday a little bit during the members only. He was looking for the real deal with her, and he kept pressuring her into what she wanted and, where this was going. And he was trying to suss out the relationship and whether she was really into him. And so when she texted him the next day, his last message to her was at 11:32 p.m. At the waterfall. And she texted him the next day around 9:30 in the morning saying John died. And he testified he never, ever contacted her again, which I just found to be so bizarre. If he wanted the real deal with her and he was so into her, why did he never contact her after John died? Why did he never say, "Oh my God, what happened?" Like, can I help? Do you need anything? Because at that point, he's still denying that she was ghosting him and he still wanted a future with her. So it was really strange to me that he didn't say, What do you mean John died? What happened?" But of course, we know that he already knew because he was back at 34 Fairview sometime around 7 a.m. And yet he did nothing to comfort this woman that he wanted the real deal with, that he was so into. I don't know. It just strikes me as really odd. What do you guys think about that? He already knew what happened. Yeah, but why didn't he try and comfort her? Why was he not like, "What can I do? Is there anything I can do for you? Can I come sit with you at the hospital? Is there anything, whatever?" After she was released from the hospital, why didn't he try and help her in some way? Every law enforcement friend that I have is the most helpful person you want around in a situation like that, in a crisis. Always willing to help, right? Always willing to go the extra mile. And yet he, despite the fact that he clearly had a thing for her, was not that way at all. It just makes me go, huh? So he also testified, and this was not really probed into much, and maybe there's a reason for that. But he did testify that he saw a tall, dark-haired male come into 34 Fairview briefly. He testified during the federal grand jury when he was cross-examined with that testimony that he was only half paying attention. He said that the tall, dark-haired male came in and had a conversation briefly with the two girls. He didn't know what Colin Albert looked like. He testified to that. He did know John O'Keefe, so if it was John O'Keefe, maybe he would have said John O'Keefe, or maybe he's trying to cover his ass in case, it's eventually proven that John O'Keefe did come in the house, and then he could say, well, I said I saw somebody, but I wasn't really paying attention, so he's not really lying. He also said he knew it was going to be a short night there because they only had beer and he wanted to drink Jameson's. So he claims he left there between 12:30 and 1, which is a very wide swing. But at 12:20, he's texting John, "You coming here?" with 2 question marks. And then Canton PD has him swiping in at 1:27 a.m. It's only about a mile to a mile and a half from 34 Fairview, the Canton Police Department, where he kept an office. So what time did he really leave there? 1:27, he's swiping in because he said he had to go get a key on his desk to move those work vehicles around the parking lot. Otherwise, Chief Berkowitz would have been mad at him that they couldn't plow. And so it made me think, if he swipes into Canton PD at 1:27 in the morning, he's got to go up, he's got to get the key. Sergeant Good testified he saw him come in, but Good said he never saw him leave. He's got to move the cars around, and then presumably he's got to go back inside and leave the key back on his desk because he can't really take that key with him. And then he claims that he gets home before 2:22 a.m. when that phone call happens, between when Brian Albert calls him, he doesn't answer, and then he calls Brian Albert. When Brian Albert calls him at 2:22 for 1 second, claims he didn't answer, but we know his phone was on because it woke him up in the morning. Then he has a 22-second phone call with Brian Albert a minute later that he doesn't remember having and claims he swears he didn't have. Maybe he was sleeping on his couch, maybe at his bed, he's not sure. But I remember some other messages that he had with Karen when Karen was trying to get him to sleep over because he was maybe too drunk to drive after that Patriots game party. And he said, "Don't worry, I've got an office at the Canton PD," which made me think maybe he sleeps in that office sometimes. So did he sleep there that night, or did he stay there at Canton PD? Did he really go home? I have questions because they've got him swiping back in to Canton PD at 9:23 in the morning. And he lives in West Roxbury? People say it takes at least a half an hour to get there on a good night. There's apparently blizzard conditions. So did he go home? I have questions. And then we kind of left off with Alan Jackson crossing him on, why were you there? Why were you at Canton PD the whole next day? You weren't scheduled to work. We know he went to 34 Fairview around 7. He swipes back into Canton PD at 9:23 in the morning, where he remains until he swipes back in at 2:05. Do they have to swipe out too, or just swipe in? Because I don't see any swipe outs. I went back and just watched this right before I came on air. 2:05, he's back in. At 3:10, he calls Kevin Albert for 12 minutes, who is a Canton police officer. 2 minutes later, Brian Albert calls him for 6 minutes. Then he calls Chief Berkowitz. Then he calls Brian Albert. Then at 3:57, he goes into the Sallyport garage, which he claims at least 3 times is just a cut through. He said cut through a bunch of times. Notice that people often lie in patterns of 3. 4:07, he goes back into the Sallyport with no record of exiting the Sallyport. At 5:36, Karen Reed's car is delivered to the Sallyport, and he doesn't remember if Chief Berkowitz was there. He doesn't remember if Chief Berkowitz called the front desk at 5:42, telling them to shut the door to the Sallyport. We've been told that there's footage missing, surveillance footage missing of Karen's car going into the Sallyport at that time. And we know that Brian Higgins swiped out of Canton PD and he left there about 5:56 p.m. This is on the 29th of January, 2022. At 6:12, he gets a call from Brian Albert. At 6:16, he gets a call from Chief Berkowitz. That's kind of the last testimony that I listened to. I don't remember exactly where they left off, but there's a lot of stuff in there that's a little sus. David, thanks for the super chat. Karina's last name is Kolakithis. Kolakithis, not Kolathikis. Okay, sorry. Kolakithis. Karina Kolakithis. Thank you. Mids Girl, thanks for becoming a member. The court TV feed just went black. The fan went off. I don't know. That's really weird. Lizzie Bones, thanks for the super chat. He said he ate and had drinks when he got home too. Yeah, he said he had a couple of more drinks and he ate. A lot of detail around that, right? Thanks for the super chat page. There's a comma in a time code on the screenshot of Colin and Allie's text that shouldn't be there. I have a screenshot of it. Yep, a lot of people think those screenshots were doctored. I think we're going to have to hear from an expert on that. Solomon Landscaping, thanks for the super chat. My fear is that none of the real killers will ever be charged. I hope I'm wrong. I think we all want justice for John O'Keefe, wherever that may lead. Hi, Bernie. Thanks for the super chat. Thank you, Melanie Moz in chat from Manchester, UK. Hello to the UK. Hi, Bernie. Thanks for watching. CBC, no way. They only had beer. Keeping it real. Thanks, CBC. Right. Like they didn't have a liquor cabinet with some kind of whiskey in it. I don't know. Hi, Rock Chalk. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for the super chat. Much love. Much love right back to you, Rock Chalk. We got to get together and talk about what's going on in the Oklahoma Panhandle. Because I know I have to do a show on that. I've just been so involved with this trial. It takes up so much time, but I'm committed. Thank you, Moms of 457, for thanking me for my coverage. Court TV feed is just wonking out right now. It's like flashy. I don't know what's going on over there with their feed. Kolakithis. Very, very strange. Truth Seeker, no live coverage in court today while the children testify. When are they going to testify? Because Higgins was supposed to be back on the stand this morning. Right? For cross, if the children are going to testify in the afternoon, then there won't be coverage. So what? What's going on there? The kids are at court, says Kirsten. I thought they were going to testify in the afternoon. I thought Higgins was going to come back for the morning. Does anybody know? Thanks, Maureen Francis, for your cash app saying I'm the best law tuber out there. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Is anybody following anybody who's live tweeting from the courtroom? And can you tell me what they're doing? Joseph and Sarah Viajos can't wait for Yannetti today. I know he's coming back to do the cross because Alan Jackson had a scheduled day off. The judge did say it was a full day today. And John's children, it's actually his niece and nephew. Yeah. We know that they were being called to the stand at some point, and we know that they were going to turn off the cameras during the time when they're in court. Okay. Okay. Now they're just giving me, I'm just going to show you what they're giving me. This is like, remember back in the day when you were up really late at night and the 8 TV stations that we had, if that, or 5 of them gave you that thing in the middle of the night. Like there's no more TV. Oh, well, here's the fan now. LH says, I can't believe the family will allow that. It makes me so mad. I just think it's going to be so traumatic for the children to have to testify, especially in front of Karen, testify about Karen while she's in the room. It's upsetting to me. Melissa asked, what were the medical records that were supposed to come in? I don't know if they were supposed to come in or they were just exchanged with the defense. They were Higgins records, 5 pages of them. We don't know. We have not been told. If anybody knows, let me know, but I don't think we've been told. Mike says, Attorney Melanila, rulings in this trial have made me wonder, is there a difference in asking a question? You touched the TV, didn't you? And did you touch the TV? You're not supposed to lead on direct examination, but Lally's been given a lot of latitude with his leading. I noticed a lot of the objections were to compound questions. So it was like, if Alan Jackson was asking a question like, isn't it true that you left the Sallyport at 5:37 and came back in at 5:40? There would be an objection. It would be sustained. And she'd say, ask it a different way. And he'd have to ask one question at a time. But you're allowed to lead on cross. You're not supposed to lead on direct. But Lally's getting a lot of latitude. I'm going to call it latitude because he's getting a lot of latitude from the judge. Rock, I thought AJ was going back to California, and therefore it would make sense if the children testify today and they resume with Higgins next Monday. I don't know. We were told by the judge on Friday that Higgins was coming back today. She told him, you're going to have to come back unless they changed it. Fall River reporter said Higgins is done. I don't know. From what the judge said you have to come back on Tuesday. PJ says Jen poisoned those kids' minds on Karen for 2 years. She groomed them like Carrie and others. She will reap what she sowed, I think you mean to say, one day. Sandra says they only care about themselves. Having the kids testify is shameful, but that's how criminals act. Sarah said the kids didn't witness anything. They'd been through enough. It's infuriating. It is. It's incredibly traumatic. Can you imagine? I don't know how many of you ever had to testify as a child, but especially testifying against someone who helped raise you and was very generous with you and drove you around and took you to Dunkin' Donuts in the morning and loved you. Having to sit across from that person and testify against them in a murder trial is incredibly traumatic. Thanks, Susan Agnello. Thank you so much. Good morning. Finally, today is here. Thank you so much for the 10. Peninsula Boat Repairs, thank you for the super chat, super sticker. Amy Z, thank you for the 10. Part of me thinks the feds are using this trial as a bump to get all the players talking. There's been a lot of questions about conspiracy. Like, wasn't that a conspiracy? So I don't know. You could be onto something there, but I do not know for sure. Hi, Mozzie66. Thank you so much for coming in with your super sticker. And thank you so much for your email. Mozzie66 told me that the episode that Brian Albert is very, very prominent in of Boston's Finest is season 1, episode 5. And it's not available in the US on YouTube for free, but you can buy it for $2.99. But because Mozzie is in Australia, she's able to watch it. So if you're international, I'll put the link in the chat and you can watch that Brian Albert episode. It's episode 105, season 1, episode 5. And Mozzie opined that perhaps that's why people are afraid of him. If you watch that episode, you might know, or you might find out if anybody's seen it. Thank you, Susan, again. Michelle says the Commonwealth should not be interviewing these children. Just shameful. They have to get up there and testify. A lot of times in trials, the judge will have the children testifying in another room with video feed into the courtroom. But imagine how scary that is if you're I think the niece is 14 maybe, and maybe the nephew is 11. I'm not sure on their exact ages, but it's around there. Very young teenagers. Lynn says, "Good morning, hoping for more fireworks today." Coffee Cafe. Brian Albert seems to be the godfather figure, like in the movie, in my opinion. Interesting take. I'm going to put the link in the chat for anybody who's international so that you can watch that Brian Albert episode of Boston's Finest for free. Oh, that fan's moving around a little bit. Not really doing too much. I'm just looking for that link for you guys. Hang on a sec. All right, try this if you're international. Don't watch it now, watch it later. It's not something that the jury's going to see, but I'm sure it's interesting. I haven't watched it. Let's see if I can pin that. Good morning to my moderators. I have the best moderators on YouTube. Good morning, everyone. Oh, yes. Thank you, Mozzie. Also, John O'Keefe's ex-partner, Pat Rogers, is in that episode of Boston's Finest as well. That is the father of Laura Sullivan's child, which and Laura Sullivan testified about that on the stand. She was one of the girls from Aruba. So if you check out that episode, you will see Pat Rogers as well. The live looks like it's live now. Not here, but my information is telling me that Brian Albert is coming. I mean, Brian Higgins is coming back in. There's too many Brians and Ryans. Usually Court TV is a few minutes behind, so we'll give them a minute to catch up with the rest of the stream. Yeah, it looks like it's live now, but sometimes Court TV is a minute or two behind. Hold on, let me just. Come on, Court TV, catch up with yourself. Yeah, it's moving. Daphne. Good morning, Miss Alali. Good morning, Miss Reed. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. It is the judge's typical greeting. I don't know. This is wacky. The chat's moving so quickly that I can't find my comment to pin it, but when I do, I will pin that back to the top. Kirsten says, if the children are testifying, can we go back through a refresh of the report pertaining to them? We don't really have any statements from the children. They've never been released. So we don't have them. Thank you, Team Brittany, for posting some guidelines for the chat. We need some likes, please. There's over 4,000 of you in the chat. Please hit the like button. Kristen says Yannetti and Karen Reed were giving the crowd fist bumps this morning on their way into court. They were fired up. It's live on Law and Crime. Law and Crime strikes people for streaming their coverage, so it's not really a good option. Let's give it another minute here. I mean, the camera's moving. Okay, now I hear it. Volume's up. If you are watching on another stream because you have 4 devices going on, please no spoilers.
Counselor, can I see it sidebar?
Sidebar already. So now we can, and we're on real time, so we can't really move ahead. If the children are testifying today, I'm going to imagine that it's going to be in the afternoon. Not they'll do Higgins in the morning. But who knows?
Versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Yannetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Yannetti. Good morning, jurors.
You are unmuted.
I just want to mention that Attorney Jackson is not here today. Please don't consider that in any way. Certainly don't hold it against Ms. Reed for him not being here. Just don't consider it at all in your deliberations. So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here? Everyone said thank you very much. All right, let's bring Mr. Higgins in, please. And Mr. Yannetti, you'll be taking over?
I will, Your Honor.
Okay.
That's a good point. Little Mo says, why not just tell him he already had today off?
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case down here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Proceed, Your Honor.
Yes.
Sir, you provided to investigators what you claim were the complete text exchanges between yourself and Karen Reed and yourself and John O'Keefe, correct?
What I provided was the complete, I let them know that it was a complete exchange between myself and the defendant. And I said that I may have had other text strings at other times with Mr. O'Keefe.
I'm going to proceed to ask you a series of questions which call for a yes or no answer. Can we agree that you'll answer yes or no to those questions?
If I can answer yes or no to the best of my ability, I will.
All right, I'm going to keep the questioning very simple, sir, okay? You did not provide to investigators any other text messages between you and anyone else.
That's correct.
In September of 2022, you were served with a preservation order for your phone, were you not?
Yes.
After September of 2022, you never received anything in writing that canceled or lifted that preservation order, correct?
That's correct.
After September of 2022, you made the decision to dispose of your phone without consulting anybody about the decision to throw out your phone, correct?
Yes.
Before you threw the phone away, you did a factory reset of it, did you not?
No, I did not.
Well, you previously testified that you testified in another proceeding on June 1st, correct, of 2023?
Yes.
Prior to that June 1st testimony, you met with some people and gave a statement on May 5th of 2023, did you not?
I did meet with them. I don't know if that was the date.
Okay. It was prior to June, correct?
Yes.
All right. May 5th doesn't sound wildly inaccurate, does it?
No.
And when you met with those people on or about May 5th, we'll say, or whatever date it was prior to June 1st of 2023, you told them that you did a factory reset of your phone ending in 5421. Did you not?
I don't recall that. No, I don't recall making that statement.
You don't recall what you said about the factory reset during that interview, we'll call it, in May of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Directing your attention to the first highlighted line there, sir.
Why don't you give him a second?
If you read that silently to yourself and look up at me when you're done.
He's like, no, I'm not going to give him a second. Notice his reading glasses because sometimes he uses them and sometimes he doesn't. Paige says, can someone test the water in Canton, please?
May I approach?
Yes.
Having read that document, sir, does that refresh your memory about telling those people in May of 2023 that you did do a factory reset of your phone?
That's not accurate. I did not tell them that. And I also didn't tell them that I saved texts with my father.
So you lied to the
So
federal grand jury?
your testimony is that they got it wrong, correct?
My testimony is I didn't make those statements.
Your testimony is that they got it wrong, yes or no?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, in any case, you took the SIM card out of your phone, correct?
No, what I testified to was that it's,
Did you take the SIM card out of your phone, yes or no?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Testify that that's what you do when you get rid of phones, sir.
What I said was that might have been the extent of it if I was to have done that.
And you either cut up the
It's the O.J. Simpson theory. If I did it, this is how I would have done it. Really? Wow, this guy will not answer a question. Just listen to how obstinate he is. He will not answer a question. It's like pulling teeth. We're at the oral surgeon again today.
SIM card or ripped it up, correct?
I believe what I testified to was
I'm
I
not
would
asking
have,
you what you testified to. I'm asking you today, did you either cut up the SIM card or rip it up?
cut it up or broke it.
And you will agree with me that cutting up or breaking the SIM card destroys the SIM card, does it not?
The card itself, yes.
That would have been the purpose in terms of cutting it up or ripping it up, to destroy it, correct?
Well, so nobody else could use the phone.
Well, that was my next question. But
In another phone.
But the purpose of cutting up or ripping up or the SIM card is to destroy the SIM card, is it not?
Yes,
And you wanted to make sure that somebody couldn't put that SIM card in their phone and potentially access your data, correct?
no, that wouldn't be the reason why.
Okay. Well, We already talked about the fact that you testified under oath on June 1st of 2023, correct?
Yes,
And you were under oath when you were testifying on June 1st of 2023, correct?
yes,
You swore to tell the truth.
yes,
You raised your right hand.
that's correct.
And June of 2023, June 1st of 2023 was about a year ago, correct?
Yes,
It was about a year closer to your throwing your phone away, correct?
yes,
And in that testimony that you gave in June 1st of 2023, did you say the following, quote, "I made sure that somebody couldn't put it in their phone"?
yes, I did say that.
In fact, by either cutting up or ripping up your SIM card, you also knew that that SIM card couldn't be put back in your phone either, correct?
Yeah, I believe that would be correct.
And you'll agree with me that you took that destroyed SIM card and put it in a trash bag, did you not?
I believe it went in a trash bag, yes.
Well, you used a passive voice. It went in a trash bag. Did it fly out of your hand unexpectedly into a trash bag, sir?
No, sir, it would have been disposed of with the phone.
No, I understand, but are you reluctant to say that you put it in a trash bag, sir?
Objection.
Can you answer that? Are you reluctant to say that?
No, Your Honor, I put it in a trash bag.
Okay, so what was so hard about answering the damn question?
Oh, with my
And
trash.
then you also took your phone, now without the SIM card, and you put that in the trash bag too, did you not?
Yes, sir.
Then you drove to a military base and you threw both the destroyed SIM card and the phone into a dumpster, did you not?
Well, I was cutting through the base, and I believe how I testified
Did you drive
was
to a military base, sir?
I was cutting through a base,
Did
yes.
you drive to it?
Yes, sir.
Cutting
And then
through.
you put both the destroyed SIM card and the phone itself, which were in a trash bag, into a dumpster on that military base, did you not?
Believe that's what I did, yes.
And as you were driving away, you knew that that destroyed SIM card and the phone would be gone forever, correct?
Yes, I threw it away.
And before you drove away, you did not transfer anything from your old phone to the new phone, correct?
That's correct.
You lost all of your photos on that phone, did you not?
Whatever photos I had on there, I did, yes.
You lost all your videos on that phone, did you not?
To the extent if I had any.
You lost all of your other text messages besides the ones that you had with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
And you knew that you did have text messages on that old phone with Kevin Albert.
He's a friend, most likely.
You also had text messages on your phone with Nicole Albert.
Most likely, yes.
And you had text messages on your phone with Brian Albert.
Yes.
It was important to you that no one see those text exchanges that you had with those three members of the Albert family.
Objection.
I'll let him have it.
No, sir, that's not true.
You took no steps to preserve those text messages, did you?
That's correct.
You did not ask your friend Matt Kelch, the agent, to help you extract those text messages, did you?
That's correct.
And when you went to that machine, you did not extract them yourself, did you?
He walked me through it. I did do the extraction.
You did not extract the 3 strands of text messages with Nicole Albert, Kevin Albert, and Brian Albert to preserve from that machine, did you not?
No, I did not extract those.
So the only place you knew they existed was on your old phone, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The same phone that you put into a dumpster on a military base with a SIM card removed from the phone and destroyed, correct?
Well, I did throw the SIM card and the phone on the military base.
Right, and the SIM card was destroyed. You've already testified to that.
I said to the extent of if I did that, I would have done that.
And we're talking about the actual phone that would have had your text messages, again, with Brian, Nicole, and Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes, because the motion was denied.
Well,
New mic, new problems. That was not the question. Was the motion denied? This guy cannot answer a question. So you cracked your SIM card in half, knowingly destroying all of your text messages with Kevin Albert, Nicole Albert, and Brian Albert. But you can't answer a damn question. If I had done it, that's how I would have done it. Yeah, I'm not buying it. So evasive.
you've already testified, sir, earlier that you never received anything in writing that either canceled or lifted the initial preservation order, correct?
That is correct.
You knew when you were throwing that phone and the destroyed SIM card in the dumpster that from that day forward, no one would ever be able to access the content of what you and Brian Albert had discussed by text messages on your old phone, correct?
Anybody.
I have nothing further.
Yeah, nobody. He knew. He knew what he did, and he did it anyway. And it's consciousness of guilt, in my opinion. And hopefully the jury's going to see it that way. Why else would he do it?
Good morning, sir.
If I could take you back just for a moment to January 29th, early in the morning, you're pulling away from the Albert home, correct?
Yes.
And you had the plow down in the front of your Jeep Wrangler, is that correct?
Initially, it was still on the ground. Yes.
And about how long distance again was that on the ground before you pulled that up?
Maybe a foot.
And with relation to the curb, specifically in front of the area with the flagpole and the fire hydrant, how close to the curb were you when you were pulling away from the Albert house?
I believe I looked both ways. There was no vehicles coming in either direction. I pulled out into traffic, and because that's a one-lane road, if there's no other vehicles, I'd be more to the center of that road.
Now, maybe a silly question, but with reference to the front of your Jeep Wrangler, that didn't have any red plastic pieces or anything like that on the front of it, correct?
At what time? At what point?
At any time.
No.
And that's the same Jeep Wrangler that you then drove to the can.
At what time? At what point? He's trying to get to that, the point that those taillight pieces did not come from your Jeep. And he has to ask him at what time? Did you not have any red plastic pieces on your Jeep? That's odd.
The police station immediately after,
Directly from there, yes.
and then you drove that same Jeep Wrangler back to your home in West Roxbury,
Yes.
and then you drove that same Jeep Wrangler back to Fairview Road later on that morning,
Yes.
and then you drove that same Jeep Wrangler from Fairview Road to the Canton Police Station again later that morning, correct?
Yes.
So he's still claiming that he went home. He's still claiming that he went home after he went to Canton PD to look for to move those cars. And then he came back to Fairview the next morning, and then he went to the police station. Okay.
Now, the text communications between yourself and Miss Reed, again, who initiated those?
The defendant did.
And that was on January 12th, 2022, correct?
About 8:23 in the evening, I believe.
Oh, yeah. Because you
Now,
know the answer to that
reference,
to the minute.
That what she claimed happened in Aruba, that was something that she mentioned to you via text, correct?
The incident itself, I believe, was through text, but I believe the actual location was when she had stopped by my place in West Roxbury.
So that's to my point. So, sir, with regard to the incident itself, she referenced that both via text and in person to you as well.
Yes, that's correct.
And the kiss that she planted on you in the garage at Mr. O'Keefe's house.
Planted on you?
Something that she mentioned both in text and verbally in person. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The kiss that she planted on you that you thought was like more than a friend kiss. That was also called a peck.
Now, as far as the ghosting that you were asked questions about last Friday, there were some text messages between you and the defendant on January 19th, correct?
What was the date? I'm sorry.
January 19th.
19th?
Yes.
Yes.
And do you recall if there were any text messages between you going either way, between yourself and the defendant between January 19th and January 23rd?
I think there were, not 100%.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Direct your attention to the back there, specifically the back page, but a little bit before that. If you could just let me know whether or not there's any text messages between yourself and the defendant, Ms. Reed, between January 19th and January 23rd.
Yes. Looks like the 19th and the 23rd, both text messages.
But in between those dates, and what I'm asking you about is January 20th, January 21st, January 22nd. There's no text messages on any of those dates, correct?
I don't see any.
And then as far as between January 23rd and January 28th, January 28th is when you texted her while you were both within the waterfall, correct?
On the 28th, yes.
So between the 23rd and the 28th, so on January 24th, January 25th, January 26th, January 27th, you didn't send any text messages to her, you didn't receive any from her, correct?
I don't believe so, no.
No, but as she told you, the phone works both ways. Remember, you were very sad when you talked about that in court.
And then beyond that one text message that you testified to on the 28th, the next text message you received from the defendant was in regard to John being dead on the 29th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, you asked some questions about these text messages and whether or not you discussed them with various people. Did you discuss those text messages with anyone?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Why not, sir?
To be honest with you, I mean, on a personal level.
Anytime anybody says to be honest with you, they're about to lie to you, just so you know. To be honest with you, you shouldn't have to qualify that or quantify. You should, to be honest with you, usually means they're going to lie. So he said to be honest with you. Let's hear what he's got to say next.
I kind of keep things to myself. I was a little embarrassed. Wasn't really proud of him. Kind of maybe didn't show me in a good light with respects that I was John's friend.
So you were betraying his friend by going after his girl. No bro code for you, bro. You were embarrassed about that. You weren't ashamed. You were embarrassed. Interesting choice of words. And yet you chose to print up these selected cherry-picked text messages and turn them over to the police. Instead of turning over your phone, turn over your cherry-picked text messages. Okay.
Text on January 28th that you had sent her in the waterfall. She didn't respond as she was in the waterfall with her boyfriend, Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
Now, if the defendant did not have a boyfriend, wasn't dating Mr. O'Keefe, would you have been interested in pursuing anything further with the defendant?
I can't say. I don't know.
What, if any, reservations would you have based on the conversations that you had?
Just everything was so out of left field. I just found it hard to believe.
You found it so hard to believe, but you told her you wanted the real deal with her. Found it hard to believe. So now are you going to try and explain away the reason that you never contacted her after she told you that John died? Can't wait to hear this one.
Now, with reference to going to the Canton Police Station after Fairview Road and moving the vehicles around, which is closer to the Canton Police Station? Your home in West Roxbury or the home on Fairview Road?
The home on Fairview Road would be.
And with the impending weather, why was it that you went to the Canton Police Station to move the vehicles around on that occasion?
Because as I stated before, if I didn't do it then, I would have had to come back in the morning. And I knew the weather was going to be getting worse. I knew that I had a long day. I had been in New York. I had been out the night before in New York, and I just thought it was best to get them moved at that point.
Now, you were asked some questions on Friday about a phone call or something in a call log from about 2 o'clock or 2:22 in the morning of January 29th. Do you recall that?
I recall the questions, yes.
And you have an iPhone, or you had an iPhone, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when you make a call,
Keep this in mind that he had an iPhone and most everyone in the house had an iPhone, because when Proctor comes up to testify, it's going to be brought out that he requested the geofence data for everyone that was in the house, but only for Android phones, not for iPhones. And meanwhile, everyone that we've seen on the phone has testified that they have an iPhone. Then you can ask yourself later why that is. That the geofence data was only requested for Android phones.
on an iPhone, as you sort of place that call, you hit the button, there's sort of a timer that comes up and it starts counting off seconds as the call is being connected, correct?
I believe so.
Objection.
He's not an
I'll
expert.
I'll allow it.
No, don't allow that.
Second,
Hold on. I'm going to rewind it. He's not an expert in cell phone technology or forensics. Okay. So he's asking him if his second, this is a ridiculous question and he shouldn't be allowed to answer it.
As the call, you hit the button. As you sort of place that call, you hit the button, there's sort of a timer that comes up and it starts counting off seconds as the call is being connected, correct?
I believe so.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Of course, because he already answered it.
Seconds are ticking off while the call is being connected, correct?
I believe so,
And
yes.
if a call is connected, then it starts ringing, and unless someone picks up immediately, there are further seconds that are ticking off on an iPhone while that call is ringing through, correct?
I believe so.
The objection sustained is to the phone.
You were asked some questions about a call or a call back between yourself and Brian Albert around that time frame. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were trying to explain sort of what your answers were in that prior proceeding in reference to them, correct?
Yes.
What, if anything else, did you want to explain to the jury in regard to that? Objection.
In that form, I'll sustain.
No, don't let him just give an explanation. Put a question on the
You were asked
table,
some
Ally.
specific points as far as your testimony in the prior proceeding, correct?
Yes.
What, if anything else, did you say in reference to that in the prior proceeding? Objection.
Sustained is to the form, Mr. Lawler.
Finally,
Did you
some
ever speak with Brian Albert at 2:22 in the morning on January 29th?
No, I did not.
Do you recall making a call or receiving a call from Brian Albert around that time?
No, I do not.
You've already testified that you had at least 10 Jamesons, at least. And then when you got home, you had a couple more. Because first you were at the Hilly, then you were at the Waterfall, then you went to Albert's. They didn't have any JMO, so you left because they only had beer. Then you went home and had a couple more. So it's not surprising that you don't remember, but that doesn't mean that it didn't happen. Hope the jury sees that.
You were asked some questions on Friday regarding key card access within the Canton Police Station, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as that door that you utilized, you would testify on Friday that you would sort of park down towards the back and then come into the Sallyport area. Is that correct?
So I believe I was referring to one of the two Sallyport doors.
And that was sort of your cut through in order to get to your office.
Yes.
Now, with reference to that particular area, as far as going in and out from the parking lot of the Sallyport, does the key card, you have to swipe a key card in order to go in and to go out?
So sometimes if you're close to the door, maybe having a conversation with somebody, it could activate the key card itself. But physically, if I'm going into the door, I would take it out and I would swipe it. I would hold it to the card reader. Some are more sensitive than others, is what I'm trying to say.
And similar to when you're going in, when you're going out, does that require sort of swiping or using the key card in order to go outside?
So there are some doors that you need to swipe out of, and I believe the booking room and the Sallyport itself are doors such as those.
May I approach?
Yes.
So if you went out the back door and you left, there's no record of that?
I'll show you a document to place one before you.
Sharia, I think he did admit to drinking at the Hilly. Didn't he?
You recognize that, sir?
Yes,
Is that the same document that was essentially the same document that was placed before you on Friday?
yes,
And that's a 167-page document encapsulating different key swipes within the Canton Police Station on January 29th, 2022, correct?
yes.
And from those 167 pages, at least on that first page, does there appear to be about 27 entries there?
Yes.
And so from 27 entries over a course of 167 pages, that'd be somewhere north of 4,500 entries within those 167 pages. Does that sound right?
Well, I went to public high school, but I'll take your word for it.
It
Oh,
would surprise you that
Nope.
There are 8
nobody laughed at his attempt at humor this morning. Went to public high school. So now he's insulting everyone who went to public high school.
18 entries within those 4,500.
So not what would surprise him. Ask the question differently, Mr. Lord.
You know that there are 18 entries that contain your name within those records.
Objection. Form of the question.
No, I'll allow that.
Are you asking me if in the 167 pages, there's only 18 entries with me?
Yes.
I did not know that, no.
Would that surprise you as far as your, well, let me rephrase that. Now, with respect to your travels around Canton Police Station on that particular day, would you quarrel with 18 entries as far as where you went and what you did in Canton PD that day?
No, in and out, nope.
It's true. He's on desk duty now. You're right. Archangel 807.
Now, sir, with respect to your phone, you were provided notification in regard to a preservation order in regard to your phone sometime in September of 2022, correct?
I received a subpoena on September 30th, 2022.
And that was in regard to a hearing at which counsel for the defendant was seeking your physical phone as evidence, correct?
Yes,
And is it your understanding, or were you informed after that date, sometime in early October of 2022, that that motion had been denied?
so I believe it was October 21st of that year, I was made aware that that was denied on actually October 5th.
Are you aware of a 30-day period by which a defendant has to file some sort of notice of appeal of a motion?
How in God's green earth would he be aware of a 30-day notice for a 30-day requirement for a lawyer to file a notice of appeal in a court proceeding? And yet, oh, my freeze game is on point so far. He's sticking his tongue out, got his eyes closed. And yet you don't remember a 222 phone call or 2 phone calls between you and Brian Albert, but you know about a 30-day notice appeal requirement? Really?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Allow it? How would he know?
I know typically there's appeal periods. In this particular sense, I wasn't familiar with the preservation order itself. What a preservation order was with respects to, that was kind of all new to me. Usually in an investigation that I'm conducting, it's a search warrant, I take the phone. I don't ask people to preserve it through a court order, if that makes sense.
No,
So
it doesn't
when
make
was it,
sense.
that you disposed of your phone?
It was about 2 months after that,
And why was it that you disposed of the phone?
because it was beaten, it was broken up, and I had already had a new phone, and only explanation is I threw it away. That's it.
Right. Tic-tac-toe says, in my opinion, him throwing away the SIM card with his dad's pictures on it. Remember, his dad died recently. Makes it look worse. He really wanted that SIM card gone. He lost all his pictures, all his photos, and he changed his cell phone carrier and his phone number, by the way. Who does that?
Now, beyond sort of this case, what, if anything else, was going on with reference to your personal phone that led you to want to get rid of it?
So in July of 2022, I had a target of an investigation I was working who alleged that he called me on my personal cell phone. And when I questioned him as to the fact how he obtained my personal telephone number, he told me that his girlfriend had obtained it off of open source internet, which I later confirmed that number was out there.
What, if any, concerns did that raise for you, sir?
Well, I had a lot of concerns, and so July of 22 is when I probably started thinking about, you know what, I got to get rid of the telephone number itself.
So why didn't you do it right then in July? Why did you wait a couple of months until after you were served with a preservation order, until the day before the preservation order was served on you? Because maybe you saw it coming. How about you block those phone numbers? How about you don't answer phone numbers that you don't know? Really? Because your phone number was out there because a target of an investigation found out your phone number and started calling you? How about you block that number? So you started thinking about getting rid of your phone in July? These people do a lot of things. They start thinking about selling their house months before because the market is great and they want to get a big number for their house, and then they put it on the market. These people think about things for a long time before they do them. You notice a pattern here?
And a lot of the work that you were doing, at least at that time, was undercover work. Is that correct?
Before this case right here, yes.
This case right here,
Now, as far as
this case as in the John O'Keefe case, you're not working this case. Or he's talking about the case in July of 2022 when the target called him on the phone. He mostly worked undercover. Okay, well, you're hanging out at the Hilly every day, so it doesn't seem like you're trying to hide.
as the SIM card that you're talking about, do you have any specific memory of doing anything with that SIM card?
No, and that's how I testified in that other hearing, that to the extent of what I would have done is I would have cut it up or broke it. And the concern would be that to my understanding, that's not holding any photos, that's not holding videos, that's not holding my contacts, it's holding phone information itself.
And as far as photos or videos or what, if anything, like that, did you even have one?
I didn't have much in the sense that I'm divorced. I don't have kids. I didn't have the typical memories that somebody would have had on their phone that they wanted to preserve. They were more like the text messages with the defendant where it would be a drink glass at a bar, food, something along those lines. I had more of a connection to my work phone and more of a value to my work phone than I did my personal phone.
Okay, but you're taking pictures of food and booze on your phone and what? Posting them on your Insta? Does this strike you as a guy who's taking pictures of his glass of whiskey? We know he took a picture of that 6-pack of Smirnoff Ice screwdrivers that he sent to Karen, but now he's trying to explain away why it wasn't important for him to keep any of his pictures because he doesn't have kids. And because the only things he takes pictures of are food and booze. The more Lally lets him talk, the more ridiculous this is becoming. Is it just me? Is it just me?
Now, as far as that military base down the Cape, how often, let me ask you this, when you lived at the residence in Barnstable County, what would you do with your trash down there?
Well, if I was going through and I had trash or some recycling and I was either getting gas on the base or hitting the duty free, I would occasionally toss a bag of trash in one of the dumpsters there. Or if I forgot, I would throw it out when I got back to my other property. And at the time, at one point, I was living in Canton and I had the house there, and then I sold it, and then I had the in-law I was renting, so I had other options to throw things away.
Did he have nudes on his phone? Did he have nudes?
Did you have trash pickup at your residence in Barnstable?
No.
So if you were to throw away anything, any sort of trash, it would have to be either at the base or at one of your other homes.
It would be somewhere else.
Yep.
And so with reference to the phone and the SIM card, if you even did you drive specifically to the base to throw your phone away, or were you throwing it away with other trash?
It was just with other trash.
Oh, okay, sure. Let's make something else up while we're at it.
You were shown some call logs or some toll records or something to that effect last Friday with respect to calls that you had made or received around January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was that anything that you had specifically preserved and given to the troopers, or that was something that someone was able to obtain even without your phone or without your SIM card, correct?
That's correct.
May I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor?
Sure. Kimmy says, I always dump my trash all over town. You know who else dumped his trash all over town? Who is coincidentally being charged in the same county of Norfolk and was also investigated by Michael Proctor? Brian Walsh. Brian Walsh distributed things in dumpsters all over town, and his wife, Anna Walsh's body has never been found, and he's going to be convicted on his Google searches. So I think before in this case, they try and say that the 227 Google search never happened. They need to take a harder look at the Brian Walsh case, which they are trying to convict him of murder in a no body murder case. But he also went all over town to dump his trash. I thought that was worth pointing out. Same county.
Yes.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
January 29. Sir, going back to January 29, pulling away from the residence on Fairview Road, you didn't see anything on the side of the road, is that correct?
Absolutely not, no.
And what is it that you would have done had you seen anything, or had you seen Mr. O'Keefe on the side of the road on January 29th?
I've spent my whole life between being a firefighter, working in the profession that I work now, being a tactical medic. If I had saw John O'Keefe on the side of the road,
Cue the
I would
violins.
have done something to make a difference.
I wish I had.
No further questions.
He would have done something to make a difference if he had seen. If I did see, just like if I did destroy my SIM card, here's what I would have done. If I did see John O'Keefe, I definitely would have done something to make a difference. I didn't do it, but if I did it, here's how I would have done it. Karen's parents.
Testified. Sir, you testified that a prime motivator of you to get rid of your phone was a July 22nd call from a target of an investigation that you were working on.
I never said it was a prime motivator.
Was it a prime motivator?
No, what I testified to was the phone number was what I was concerned about primarily.
Right.
Didn't have anything to do with the phone.
Okay. You did not change your phone number on July 22nd, correct?
July of 2022?
Yeah, July.
Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
The date that you received a call supposedly from a target of an investigation you were working on was July 22nd of which year?
So it was, I believe it was July 25th of 2022.
July
I was so
25th.
concerned that I reported it to my supervisor.
Right, but you did not change your phone number after that for quite a while, correct?
I believe it was September.
Okay. So for those months, you kept the same phone number and kept the same phone, correct?
I did.
And September happened to be the month that you received the preservation order from this court, correct?
September of 22, yes.
Right. Now, with regard to the text exchanges that you had with Karen Reed, you testified that you were embarrassed about them.
I wasn't proud of them.
I think your word was embarrassed, correct?
I can agree to that. That's fair.
Well, you already testified to that, right?
I believe that
About
might have
5
been
minutes ago?
might have been a word I used, yes.
And you also explained that you would keep things like that to yourself, correct?
That could be something, yes.
However, you would also agree with me that while they were going on, you told your boss about that text exchange, correct?
Well, I told her about the kiss.
Do
His
you
boss.
deny telling your boss about the texting that you were doing with Karen Reed?
I don't know if I specifically recall that, no.
But you don't deny it, sir, correct?
It's possible that I told her about that. I'm not going to deny it.
All right. And
You're not
in
going to
any
deny
case-
that. Notice how he's not going to deny that. Like everything else he denied or doesn't remember or doesn't recall, but he's not going to deny that. Don't worry, everyone. He's not going to deny that he may have told his boss about the texting and the kissing with Karen Reed.
those text exchanges were preserved. You preserved those before disposing of your phone, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the other text exchanges that you did not preserve with the Alberts, including Brian Albert, are you familiar with the term consciousness of guilt, Mr. Higgins?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
Why?
I may have a moment.
Yes.
He's allowed to testify about how many seconds the counter ticks off on a phone, but he's not allowed to testify about whether he knows about consciousness of guilt. He's a federal agent working undercover. Come on now.
To just one more thing. With regard to the date that you changed phone numbers on your phone, you would agree with me that was September 29th of 2022?
When I actually changed the phone number?
That's what I just asked.
Yeah, yes, I also got a new phone. Yes.
Okay. September 29th of 2022, you changed your phone number and got a new phone. And then September 30th, the next day, you were served with the preservation order, correct?
I got the preservation order on the 30th. That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Higgins, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally, who's your next witness?
May we approach?
Sure.
Okay, people are saying the children are coming up next and the cameras are going to go dark.
A 10-minute recess.
You are unmuted.
All rise to the court, please. All rise to the court, please.
I should just say about
We're going to take a 10-minute recess.
You are unmuted.
All rise to the court, please.
All right, so Mr. Lally, your next witness is a juvenile?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so there's a specific media order that there'll be no transmission of this testimony. And by agreement of the parties, the child witness will be sitting in the courtroom, in the witness stand
Ah.
when the jury comes back in. And that's by agreement, Mr. Yannetti?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, so 10 o'clock or so we'll come back out?
Court, all rise.
All right, let's see what they do. I don't think they're even going to have the audio on. Witness identity withheld, it's saying. So this could be, who knows what time they're going to come back. Thank you, Susan, for becoming a new member. And WEL says, who gets away with that? We could never. Thanks for your super sticker. I'm just a girl in the world. Thanks for your super chat. He's telling lies about the lies. I can't keep up. I think we all feel that way. It's insanity. Sons 107, thanks for becoming a member. VK Sir, thanks for the 5. So they sent the preservation letters on the 30th, but the letters were no good because the motion was denied. I'm confused. No, he's claiming that eventually the motion was denied, so it didn't really matter that he destroyed his phone on the 29th because maybe someone gave him a heads up that that order was coming. In any event, it's not a good look. It's definitely not a good look. Thank you, True Crime with Stephanie Michelle, for your super chat. I love how Higgins can remember looking both ways before leaving Brian Albert's house on the morning of January 29th, 2022, but he can't remember factory resetting his phone or destroying his SIM card. And she says lies. Yeah, it's like selective amnesia, right? Mind numbing. I mean, I think the jury's taking note of it. I gotta know. Thanks for the super chat. Higgy, how much snow was that I can't talk to. Super sticker RB, thank you for the super sticker. Speak Life Garden Homestead said earlier, Lally will be calling the kids today. Jurors wrote down when Yannetti got Higgins to admit throwing his phone away. Proctor allegedly won't be called by the Commonwealth. I don't know. that would be crazy because he's the lead investigator. So they kind of need to call him. He's under internal affairs investigation, but I don't know how they're going to prove their case without him. That's really would be very strange to me. So good luck to them proving their case beyond a reasonable doubt without the lead investigator. But I haven't heard that, so I can't opine on it. True Crime with Stephanie Michelle. Thank you again for a super chat. You can change your phone number without changing phones or carrier. Yep. You can. That is true. You can do that. You don't have to destroy your phone to do that. Blessed Mom from Texas says, I hope you received my Cash App on Friday or Saturday. Thanks for all your hard work. Yes, thank you. Thank you so very much for that. I think I did heart it, but I will call you out. Maureen Francis, thank you for 2 Cash Apps. And Justin and Lisa and Blessed Mom from Texas, thank you so very much. Because you're super generous. Yep. Little Cupcake says he remembers the exact date and time of Karen's first text to him, but he can't recall how he destroyed his phone. No, he sure can't. Of course, they're not going to call him. They would have already called him, says, I have questions. Well, he should have been the first witness, in my opinion, but they did not call Michael Proctor. But the defense can call him. What is the internal investigation affairs about? Please don't type in all caps. I'm sorry, but it's just very, very distracting. But I will address this question. It is about about this investigation. He's being investigated for his handling of this specific investigation and his personal relationships with many of the players in this case. Hi, Fairy Raven. Do you think the defense won't question the children just like Paul and Aaron O'Keefe? I think perhaps yes. I think they may just not cross them at all. That is my feeling. We're not going to be able to see much about it. We can look at the live tweets. Charlie Lynn, you're absolutely vile for this lally, poor taste, and terrible for calling the kids. Charlie, thank you, Charlie, for your super chat. The kids have been around Jennifer McCabe, says Janie. Yep. I rehomed my phone, sir. I rehomed my phone. The defense will not cross the kids, opines Susan. Kelly says, is it illegal to be throwing your garbage in anybody's garbage? He seems to go to the military base to rehome his garbage. So I don't know. If he doesn't have trash pickup, I guess you got to go somewhere. You got to go to the dump, right? To dump your trash. So is he saying that he gets to go to a free dumpster on the military base because he's former military? Somebody said, what happens if you defy a court order? You can be held in contempt. Sorry, it went by too quickly. But he's going to claim that he never received that order until the day after he destroyed his phone. So therefore, he's going to say he didn't ignore the court order, or he wasn't in violation of the court order because he hadn't received it yet. And in any event, he says the motion was eventually denied, and therefore he shouldn't be in trouble. Darlene says, I hope the solo cups and the leaf blower are part of the investigation as well. Well, that was Canton PD, and Michael Proctor is with Massachusetts State Police, so it was not his team that did that, but his team is the team that found the 45 pieces of taillight sometime after 6 p.m. after we know the crime scene at 34 Fairview on the lawn was never preserved with crime tape or secured or anything else. It was just left wide open to any public people who wanted to traipse about or mosey about the crime scene. So there's that. Sybil's like says, I'm disgusted. We know they're grasping at straws, making those poor kids go through this trauma after losing their mom and then dad and then uncle. Yes, it's horrifying. Nancy Rock, why was the motion denied in the first place? Thank you, Nancy, for your super chat for the 10. There were many, many motions made pre-trial in this case for what they were Rule 17 motions. A Rule 17 motion in Massachusetts is a motion to get third-party records related to players in the case. And the defense made many motions to get phone records of people like Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, and others that were eventually denied because the judge found that they had no probative value and that they were irrelevant and that the privacy of these witnesses should not be impeded upon, let's say. They made motions to get Jen McCabe's Google searches and Jen McCabe's phone records, and some of those motions were granted for Jen McCabe and I think Brian Albert. But as with regard to Brian Higgins, I don't think that those Rule 17 motions were ever granted. And so he didn't think that he had to preserve his phone. And besides, he says he destroyed it the day before he was served with the order. And even so, later in October, that motion was denied. So no big whoop. But we see now that he had a much larger role in this than, well, I'm sure the defense thought he did. But the judge didn't think that those records were relevant. And now all of the records that we're seeing come out were uncovered by the feds. Because there's a federal investigation right now going on, a federal investigation of the investigation in the John O'Keefe murder case. And the feds don't need subpoenas. They don't need Rule 17 motions. They can get whatever they want. And so all of the records that we're seeing being admitted now and being cross-examined, being used for cross-examination on these witnesses were obtained by the feds in the federal investigation. And if you go back through my playlist, I think I have something like 50 videos on this case. There was a stream called Feds Turnover, something like 3,074 pages of materials to both sides. And they turned over a lot of information. And Michael Marcy knew there was a federal investigation going on, and he wanted to know what it was about. And there were letters that were exchanged between Marcy and the Department of Justice and the U.S. Attorney's Office. And he wanted all that information because he kept talking about his obligation to turn over discovery. And meanwhile, you guys know, if you've been following this case with me since January, that the prosecution was not turning over discovery timely. How long did it take for them to turn over the clothes, if ever? How long, if ever, did it take for the prosecution to turn over the clothes to the defense? The clothes of Officer John O'Keefe. 2 years or something? Thank you, Blessed Mom for Texas, for gifting 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Just not your biz. Sorry for being late. It feels like a Monday. I know it feels like a Monday, but it's a Tuesday. It's a Tuesday, and court's on a break now because the minors are testifying, the children, the niece and nephew, and so they may not come back until after lunch. We just don't know. We just don't know. Nina Stanek, thank you so much for the 5. I tried to do butt dials the whole weekend. It didn't work. Any tips? I don't know. You know, they did say something like, as such, you'd have to make a butt dial, you'd have to unlock your phone. Then it would butt dial. Then you would have to hang up the phone. So there would be a number of physical contact motions with the phone that would need to be done in order to, as such, make even such a butt dial. Kenny Smith says Brian Albert destroyed his phone the day before Higgins destroyed his in October. Coincidence? Guess the jury's going to decide. Thank you, Wolfpack. The federal employees have access to duty-free commissary, PX, and kiosk shops, including cell services. On military bases, trash disposal is also more secure there. Guess you can't go dumpster diving on a federal military base, right? If you're looking for something. So did he go there to get his new phone as well? Okay. I like to shop at the duty-free shop. Seinfeld reference. Border says the kid's testimony can't be that extensive, right? I don't know. Who knows at this point? We just don't know. Thanks for the membership, says JLo5. Is anybody devastated about Ben Affleck and JLo allegedly maybe breaking up? And JLo possibly having to cancel her residency in Vegas because of poor ticket sales? Is it true? Tell me it's not true. All I can say is maybe A-Rod dodged a bullet. That's all I'm going to say about that. With Lally, it could take hours, says Cam. Yep. I think so. Haven't the kids been through enough, says Janelle Webb? Haven't they, though? Hopefully they'll come back after lunch. Let's see. It's 10:10 here on the East Coast. They may be done in an hour. It's hard to say. MJ Boston reminds me of the commercial, the guy on the riding mower who Kenny says, are we all allowed to go into air bases for duty-free booze? Thank you, Cal D. They just told all media we cannot tweet or take notes on a computer while minor children testify. I'm complying with that directive. We'll post after this their testimony is done. Thank you. Thank you. Tell us where you are on Twitter. Can you tell us your Twitter handle? Cal D, you are in the courtroom and you're watching me. I'm very honored. I am so honored. Thank you. Please give us your Twitter handle so that we can you can let us know when they're coming back and we can follow and then come back on air when we know. Scott says they worked at the Navy Exchange for a couple years. They've got good prices on booze. Kika0503 says it's time for Jameson and Ginger. Time for Jameson and Ginger. Nicole's going to write Brian a love letter. No, Nicole, do not. Public, do not. No doxing. We don't dox here. Michael Breen says cases of Jameson. Huge savings duty free. Jennifer's back to the Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez saga. Ben said, I'm out. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. Yep, I agree. There's zero reason to put the kids through this. Not one reason. I agree with you. What are they going to say? They're going to say, oh, in Aruba, John and Karen were arguing in the room. Remember, the kids had a separate room. Because that's another reason why why the Sullivan sisters thought that Karen was a biatch is because she wanted her own room separate from the kids because she needed her own bathroom because she has Crohn's. And so the kids had a separate room. So are they going to say that they saw John and Karen arguing in Aruba at 3:00 in the morning or the next day? And really, what relevance does that have? Does the trauma to the children outweigh the probative value of that testimony for the jury? And maybe as a prosecutor, you should kind of think about that. Like the long-term damage that you may do to the children by calling them in to testify while they need to look at Karen and sit on a stand in front of a packed courtroom. That's, I don't know. Cal D, if you're still in there, how hot is it in there today? Is the air conditioning working yet? That's something that's going to traumatize them for the rest of their lives. How important is that testimony to establish motive? We know Karen might have been jealous of what happened or did not happen between John O'Keefe and Marietta Sullivan in the lobby in Aruba. But is it really necessary to bring those children in and to say that they were arguing in the weeks before and what they may or may not have overheard? And remember, John O'Keefe is not here to testify about what he said or didn't say. So I just don't think it's important. Yeah, Danielle says, personally don't think the jury will appreciate the Commonwealth questioning the kids. Mike Armstrong says Ben Affleck was on the Epstein list. That's interesting information. Any more word on Grayson Murray? I'm very sad about that. Grayson Murray, the 30-year-old PGA golfer who took his life last week after withdrawing from the tournament. Very, very sad. He was engaged, had a beautiful fiance. Very sad. Reach out to someone, you guys, who's depressed. Reach out to them. You never know if you could save a life, help someone get through the day. Right, Nina? They don't even have to prove motive. It's just not necessary, in my opinion. I'm the captain now says if John was alive, he wouldn't want these children to face this kind of trauma, to testify to something they have no real evidence for. Yep. And yeah, Pierre, wouldn't a couple want a separate room anyway if you're on vacation? I do. I don't want to sleep in the same room with my kids smashed into 2 double beds. That's not my kind of vacation. I always have a separate room for my kids. I always kind of did. Adjoining rooms, whatever. I don't know. They didn't like her because of it. The defense tried to not let the children testify, but Lally insisted on it. Shocking. Who's due up after the children? We're not sure. Ted Daniels at Fox 25 said they can't tweet during the kid's testimony. That's what Cal D just told us that. And he or she is in the courtroom. So we're waiting for he or she to post their Twitter so that we can follow it. It's like, wait, who even cares about Aruba? I know. And Lucky We Trust says, I think there are also things the children are going to testify to from the morning of January 29th, but yet again, not relevant when Lally can't even prove what happened to Officer John O'Keefe. Oh, from the morning of the 29th. Oh, right, when the niece was asked to call Jen McCabe because Karen didn't have her phone number. And she's going to testify to what she overheard Karen say and her demeanor. Stelly Arts, did we ever hear testimony that one of the sisters texted Proctor wanting to send him a gift and he replied, give it to my wife? Yeah, that was Julie Albert, Colin Albert's mom, who texted Courtney Proctor, Michael Proctor's sister, the day that Karen was arraigned and said, tell your brother when all this is over, I want to get him a thank you gift. And she texted that to her brother and he texted back to Courtney, tell her to get a gift from my wife instead. That's Elizabeth Proctor. That's the one who Jen McCabe, was that the one that Jen McCabe went to their house with Carrie Roberts the day after to drop off Carrie Roberts' kids? Now I'm getting confused. Did they go to Proctor's house or Lank's house? And the wife came out and talked to her and they sat in the car. How about those Celtics? Says Joseph Kane. How about those Rangers? Says me. It's supposed to be a full day. Renee says, I'm worried those kids were manipulated. Yeah, a lot of people are saying that. Interesting. Todd says it'll hurt the kids, disgust the jury, and make the prosecution look horrible in the jurors' eyes. Jeanette with a swish of Crystal Light. Yeah. Vodka water and a splash of Crystal Light. That was Matt McCabe's drink of choice because he was on the diet competition. Love to know what Higgins' supervisor noted regarding his kiss and tell to her. Wonder if she even thought this guy can't be trusted. Shannon says, I guarantee that Jen McCabe told the kids what Karen Tex said about them, in my opinion. Yep. And, as a kid, they're never going to be able to unsee that. She said, I didn't sign up for this. I never wanted kids, but it's really hard. I can't break up with John because I'm really close with his niece. Those were the things that she told Higgins in those text messages. Yes, Patty, the kids are now living with John's parents, I believe at the One Meadows house. Hi, Patronus. Good morning. They might get bullied at school now, too, giving them trauma all the way around. So sad. It is so sad. Tommy Bernhard, good morning. Lally is losing so bad that he's calling in Karen's OBGYN to see if she's had anything worth mentioning. Oh, my God. Depression and addiction is so sad, Megan. Scott's not real. He's AI, created by Team Brittany. Thank you. Thank you very much. Indie girl Jen McCabe is poison, in my opinion. If she's been at the kids, that is so sad. Well, remember how excited John was that his niece got into the high school, Bishop Fian? And then it's been reported that she was taken out of Bishop Fian. I don't know if she went there at all, but I guess they were celebrating in January. That would have meant that she got in for the following September to go to 9th grade there. Then it's been reported that Jen McCabe talked to Mrs. O'Keefe into putting the niece, at Canton High. PJ says the long-term damage started with Jen McCabe brainwashing these children against Karen, really infuriating. All the while, she and crime family are the culprits. So sad. Mac Tickles. Did Karen even take her flip-flops off going into the hotel room in Aruba? I don't know. Maybe that was a huge fight too. Yep. Yes, hippie chick. Karen was by herself with the kids on New Year's Eve night until John came back to the room at 3 or 4 a.m. Per what Karen said on Nightline. Where was he all that time? And what time did she find him in the lobby with Marietta Sullivan or Etta Sullivan, who went out there and told everyone at the pool bar that Karen sucks? Michelle says, I'm shocked that Grayson actually took his own life. How sad. So sad. Back on Grayson Murray now, the PGA player, 30 years old. So sad. Family's grieving. They issued a statement. Hi, Mozzie says, I saw Mr. O'Keefe on the news at John's funeral. He's lost so much weight and looks really unwell. Has anyone seen him in court today? I saw Mrs. O'Keefe. I did not see him sitting there. So I don't know. Noelle says, I still have every phone I've ever owned since iPhones became a thing. Tommy Bernhardt says, Melanie made me and Jackson sleep outside in Mexico when we all went to see Dave Matthews. That's funny. The rumor mill. Who is Grayson? Who is Marietta? Grayson Murray is a PGA golfer who very sadly took his own life last week. Marietta Sullivan testified in this trial, back to the Karen Reed trial. She testified that she bumped into John O'Keefe in the lobby, I think on New Year's Eve in Aruba. They were on a trip with about 60 people, and that he was stumbling and glassy-eyed and slurring, and that, you know, he gave her a hug or something, and then she pushed him off towards his room, and then all of a sudden she heard somebody screaming in the lobby, and it was Karen. F you, who the F is that? She said, Karen said. And he said, that's Laura's sister. And Karen said, well, F you. And then Marietta said, well, F you too. And then that was the interaction that's supposed to be the motive for the murder here, but we don't know. Miss B says, why wouldn't they do interviews with the kids in a separate room on video? Do they not believe in video interviews? Well, not, it's really testimony, so it's not an interview. They could testify. A lot of times in trials, they have kids testify from chambers and have a video feed to the courtroom, so they don't have to go through this trauma. I don't know why that's not being done here, but it's sad. And I'm not happy about it. I think jury members would like to see Proctor over the kids, says Blessed Mom of Texas. Somebody said that Proctor's not going to testify. I haven't been able to confirm or deny. But it maybe it's out there. Mac Dickles, I can't even think about that Grayson Murray stuff. Too sad. He was a human. I know, so sad. Yeah, Cheryl Carson, right. Depression is hard. It is. Reach out. Reach out to a friend if you know that they're struggling, because you never know that you could help someone through the day. Aiden says, thanks, Bo. His sources told him this morning that the Commonwealth will not call Proctor. That's what people are saying. I don't know. The defense can call him, and he can plead the fifth, but it's on a question by question basis. He just can't say, I'm not coming. I plead the fifth to everything. You can't do that. Debbie says, motive to frame Karen is more like it. McCabe, Albert, Higgins. No. Kid Next Pat says the reporters are allowed in the courtroom, but they have to pen and paper and will be able to report after. Please smash the like button. It helps this algorithm, this crazy algorithm. Might focus on the January tragedy and possibly Aruba. That is true. PJ says the prosecutor's pathetic and his false case will boomerang. People seem to think. Yeah. Robin says Proctor will be called by the defense if the Commonwealth doesn't call him. That's what Eliza said at pretrial. That's true, Scott. The booze and drug comments get us shadow banned by YouTube, so they will be deleted if you mention any specific things or words that YouTube does not like, because YouTube is very touchy about such things. And they don't like it. Yeah, where is Trooper? Where is Proctor Trooper? Right, Nicole. They have no one from Karen's life to testify against her, so they call the children. Yeah, that's true. Little Cupcake says Karen was the mensch who put the Sullivan mom to bed and then went to stay in the room with the kids because she sucks. Right. Right. And she's so generous, and she bought everyone dinner in Aruba. Then she even apologized about being mean to Marietta and offered to pay for part of her room. And she was always buying the kids expensive clothes and Dunkin' Donuts, iced coffee. And those were the kind of fights that John and Karen had. And that's what we've heard about. The Karen was spoiling the kids, and John didn't want the kids to be spoiled. And that Karen might have bought the niece on the morning of the 28th before school, took her to Dunkin' Donuts, bought her an iced coffee. And John didn't want her to get used to that. What's so special about the hillside, Angela Marie? I want to know that too. They call it the Hilly. They call it the Hilly, and there's low comps. So not a lot of pretty girls hanging out at the Hilly. And I don't know, maybe the drinks are cheap where nobody knows your name or where everybody knows your name. Thank you, Susan, for buying me 3 matcha lattes. Says, thanks for all your coverage on this case. I wouldn't want to watch it with anyone else. Thank you. Thank you, Susan. I'm so glad that you were there. Here's an interesting thing that somebody sent me. Let's take a look at this. It's a picture of Tristan and Caitlin out in the wild over the weekend with a dog that looks a lot like Chloe. I'm not saying this is Chloe. What I'm saying is somebody sent me this photo and said, do you think this is Chloe? And I have no idea if this is Chloe. But let's see what you think. So apparently this is Caitlin and Tristan over the weekend. And I know Chloe was a German Shepherd, but I have no idea if that's Chloe or not. What say you? The viewer that sent it to me said it was out on Twitter. It is Tristan and Caitlin. Apparently they got engaged as well. That's interesting. Somebody said it looks like a younger dog. I mean, Nicole Albert said that poor Chloe's in Vermont. It's not Chloe. Not Chloe. Not Chloe. Any idea where Vermont Chloe was brought? No, but Nicole Albert testified that she met the person halfway that she rehomed her to. And so she knows. She said, I know exactly where she is in case anybody wanted to, in case she was needed for anything. Somebody sent me a body language video on Brian Higgins, but I don't play other creators' content without express permission. So I'm not going to do that, Karina, but thank you so very much. I don't know this creator, so I would not be able to play it. Somebody sent me a witness list. I'm not going to show things that I can't verify or authenticate. If anybody has some information from the Twitter about what's happening in court. We may end this stream and I may just come right back on when the break is over or when I know that the break is going to be over. Vincent, thank you so much for the 5. Higgins just said to Lally he trashed the phone 2 months after the date of October 5th, 2022. That means he still had his phone. Trashed the phone 2 months after the date of October 5th. No, I think he testified that he trashed it on September 29th of 2022. That's what I have in all of my notes. Reporters in the courtroom are saying now that they're not allowed to live tweet. Okay, so they'll be tweeting after when they're going to let us know what time to come back. I don't have Twitter. Thanks, Paige. I don't have Twitter. I wanted to know who the reporter was that had Twitter that was watching from the courtroom that said she was not allowed to, or she or he was not allowed to tweet. Kelly says, I believe Julie Albert had a reason to send a gift. Was it because her son was getting out of trouble? Thank you, gift. Remember, Julie Albert and Chris Albert's original statements that Proctor took say that they went back to 34 Fairview, that they followed back, but they both testified they did not. And I've been saying all along, they're all going to throw Proctor under the bus. None of those statements were recorded. None of them were signed. None of them were initialed by any of the witnesses. They're all going to say, I didn't tell Proctor that. And that's a good way to not commit perjury, let's say. He changed his phone on the 29th, broke the phone in October. I'm going to have to go back and listen to it again. Says he got a new phone and number in September and trashed the old one in October. I thought the same day that he was on the base getting the new phone, he broke it the 29th because he said he was served with the order on the 30th. And he did it the day before. I'm confused now. I'm going to have to go back and watch it. Love My Bees said they're going to get married, so Tristan can't testify against his wife. The privilege is not going to apply for any communications that were had between the parties before the marriage. So I don't know. Maybe they really actually love each other and want to get married. So I don't know. I do not know. I could have sworn Higgins said last week that it was in October. I'm going to have to go back and look at my notes again. The Aruba trip was totally a waste of time for the defense. David, thanks for the super chat. It's not allowed to dump trash from off base on base. Okay, so you can't bring your trash in to dump it on the base. Okay. Also, Lally said that an iPhone will start timing once a number is dialed. It doesn't start until someone picks up. Yeah, I agree. I think you are absolutely right about that. Mandy Z Taco, thank you so much for the 5. Will the transcript of the children's testimonies be available to the public? I do not know. I don't know the answer to that. Lorraine, thank you so much for your super chat. How old are the kids? I believe they're 14 and 11. Someone can correct me in the chat if I'm wrong. I believe that the niece is 14 and the nephew is 11. Not 100% on that. Do you think the defense will cross the kids? I do not think so. I don't think so. I think it's better if they don't. Boho Chic, thank you. Jen is the only one who said she heard I hit him. She's spreading the rumor. Well, Katie McLaughlin testified that she overheard it too, but she never had that in any of her initial reports. So the first time Jen McCabe ever said that she heard Karen say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him as a declaration rather than a question was when she was on the stand in this trial. She had never said that before. She was crossed thoroughly about it. Steve, we need to adopt the moniker Mick Albiggins. Funny, Steve. Thanks for the super chat. Vincent Higgins just said to Lally he trashed his phone. Trashed the phone 2 months after the date of October 5th. That means he still had his phone. Nobody ever asked him for it. Those Rule 17 motions were eventually denied to get his phone records. But out of the goodness of his own heart, he had his best friend, Matt Kelch, who works at the FBI headquarters, show him how to use that machine, the kiosk, so that he could extract all of those messages himself and provide them to Proctor on something like February 3rd of 2022. They didn't ask for his phone. They could have extracted his phone. They didn't ask for it. Didn't ask for it. Mandy, are the reporters going to be allowed to talk about what the kids said at all, or just not during the testimony? I don't know. I know the media order said they had to shut the cameras off while the kids were testifying, and they're not allowed to live tweet during the proceedings, but they may be able to talk about the testimony. Butt search is what I was waiting for, says Melody. Hippie chick, that engagement timing in and of itself just shows how self-centered these people are during a murder trial where the body is found on your parents' lawn. It's disgusting. I don't get it. Felch, I think his name is Kelch, not Kelch with a K. Nat says, I sat on a grand jury and watched cop after cop testify. Their stops were on another matter. And lo and behold, find drugs in plain view. Cops lie on the stand with no compunction. Not every cop. There are good guys, 100% back the blue. 100%. You know, there are good cops and there are bad cops, just like there are good lawyers, good doctors, bad doctors, good priests, bad priests. And I 100% back the blue, which is why I think a proper investigation should have been done into a fellow brother of blue, Officer John O'Keefe's death, murder. And in my opinion, it was not done. It just was not done. Start with the solo cups, move on to the leaf blower, move on to the lack of securing the crime scene, not separating the witnesses. It goes on and on and on for that day and for the days following. And remember, they drove all the way to wherever the Sullivan sisters lived to take their statements before they took statements of people in the house. Colin Albert, I don't know if he ever gave a statement. Ryan Nagel, it was at least 18 months. Julie Nagel, at least 18 months before her statement was taken. So yeah, we back the blue here. Susan says, me as a juror, you have so little evidence that you're putting children with tainted info on the stand. Yeah, it's insane. Indie girl, my brother-in-law is a retired police sergeant. He'd be horrified at this. A lot of law enforcement is horrified about this. Duty Ron has been on here before talking about it. He's horrified. Speaking of the blue, somebody said, let's see. Somebody said, where are the Boston PD? Zero support for John. There was a court order that any police officers who came to court to sit in the gallery or anybody testifying whose law enforcement was not allowed to wear a uniform in court. So we don't know if there are any police officers there. I think we would have been told maybe by the media, but it's a very small courtroom. Something like 10 family members from each side are allowed each day, and maybe 10 seats for the media each day. So I don't think there are any, but I don't know. I just don't know. Right. Where are they? Jesse says, come on, Commonwealth. These kids have lost their world for the third time now. You should be protecting them from trauma, not torturing them. Thanks, Jesse. Gerda, why doesn't the Commonwealth want the manner of death in trial? Well, thanks for asking, Gerda, because that's a great question. So there are 5 manners of death that can appear on a death certificate. They are homicide, suicide, accidental, natural, or undetermined. And the medical examiner can choose one of those manners of death. John O'Keefe's death certificate says undetermined for the manner of death. And the Commonwealth wants that redacted for the jury so that they don't see that it says undetermined on the death certificate, because obviously it doesn't say homicide. which would give the Commonwealth a better case. However, the judge has ruled that although it will be redacted on the death certificate that the jury brings into the jury room, they can question the medical examiner about the manner of death. So the manner of death on the death certificate says undetermined, but the cause of death is blunt force trauma and hypothermia. The blunt force trauma we know was to the back of the head, resulting in multiple skull fractures. So far, we have not heard about any injuries to the torso or legs that would indicate that Officer John O'Keefe was hit by a car. And you're also going to find out, if you don't already know, spoiler alert, the autopsy report says once, maybe twice, that the injuries to Officer John O'Keefe do not appear to be consistent with a fight. I do not believe that anywhere in the medical examiner's report does it say the injuries do appear to be consistent with a motor vehicle accident. It'll be interesting to see. I've heard that the autopsy report is something like 100 pages, but typically the medical examiner does not opine on what didn't cause the injuries, right? But we know that Proctor and maybe his partner Buchanan were in the room when the medical examiner was conducting the autopsy. Did they say to her, hey, can you just put in that report that it's not consistent with a fight, that you don't think these injuries happened from a fight? Because why else would it be in there? She didn't put in there, these injuries are not consistent with a parachuting accident. These injuries are not consistent with a drowning. These injuries are not consistent with a fire. Why just the fight? It's just another sus thing. Blessed Mom from Texas, thank you for the 10. Yes, please don't dog on law enforcement. No, we all back the blue here. She says, I back the blue. However, there are bad apples in all careers. We back the blue. America. That's right. We do. 100%. Commander Ed, I think I just answered this, but why would the ME offer up? It was not consistent with a fight. Was she asked to do that? Charlie Lynn, thanks for the 5. There was no order pre-trial. There has never been representation from the blue ever. There was no order pre-trial that they couldn't wear their uniforms in court. You're correct. But they never did show up in uniform. And what does that say to you? I don't know. If that says they didn't show up because they know how bad this investigation was and that Karen's not guilty. Because if they thought she was guilty, wouldn't they show up for John? That's I don't know. Thank you, Blessed Mom from Texas, again for that super chat. All right, it's 10:43. Let's take a short break. I'm going to just put up the background that we're going to go on a break until court comes back, and feel free to talk amongst yourselves in the chat, or maybe I'll just end this stream and come back. Might be easier just to put up the courts on a break thing, and then later, if you come for playback, if you're in replay, you can just fast forward through that. Hopefully they're not going to go all the way through lunch. I don't think they will. I have a feeling the kids are going to be quick, and then they're going to come back with their next witness, and it is going to be a full day. Feel free to move about the cabin. Free to move about the cabin. Have you seen the parodies on TikTok of Auntie Deb? I have. They're so funny. Go to TikTok and look at Auntie Deb, and look at there's a guy who plays all the roles in the courthouse, plays Judge Bev, and he plays some of the witnesses, and it's really funny. And again, I wouldn't play his content without permission, but it is very funny. Who's not showing up? My bet. Police officers from Boston PD. Pretty insane. Thank you for the 5. Melanie, remember Jem McCabe testified the I hit him statement for the first time at the federal grand jury after the public outcry about her Google search. That is correct. I don't know. I don't even know if she said I hit him at the federal grand jury. I thought she said, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? I think the first time she ever said I hit him was on the stand in this trial. Because I remember that cross-examination. And she was hammered about it. That's what I recall. All right, I'm going to get up and stretch. Everybody take a quick break. We're going to be back as soon as court comes back. So don't be gone too long. I'm going to leave this stream open instead of ending it because I believe that it will, then they're going to go to lunch and then maybe I'll do a separate stream in the afternoon after lunch. So just hang in there and take a little break and I will be back as soon as court comes back or maybe a little bit before. So I'm going to stretch and I suggest you do the same. Hello, my friends. No information yet. So apparently, maybe the children are still testifying. But since we're all here and we got a little break, maybe we could thought we might take a look at Aussie Insider's new video from yesterday. If you're interested, I think we covered these before. I'm just a girl in the world. Thank you for your super chat. Says, I assure you, Boston Police Department would be there if we could. BCal, the reporter in the courtroom is Ted Daniels News. Thank you, BCal. I am on the lookout for that info. But while we're here, why don't we all applaud Aussie Insider because she's been doing some great reaction videos by the LawTube community. And go subscribe to Aussie Insider. But in the meantime, let's take a look at her latest creation called Attorneys React to Federal Proffer Part 1. And this was released yesterday. Enjoy this masterful creation by Aussie Insider.
That if I took it out, that it was either cut or broken.
It's not just possible.
So that,
And that would have been after the date the order was already denied.
Mr. Higgins, I have one question left. One question.
If I did it,
Did you, Mr. Lally's already standing. I haven't even started.
have a seat, Mr. Lally. Go ahead. Last question, Mr. Jackson.
quiet, please, quiet.
Yeah. Sit
Have
down,
a seat,
Lally.
Mr. Lally. Go ahead. Last question, Mr. Jackson.
Quiet, please, quiet.
Have a seat, Mr. Lally. Go ahead. Last question, Mr. Jackson.
Quiet, please, quiet.
There's a second call just below that. On the same date at 2:22 and 52 seconds from you to Brian Albert.
Right.
Do you see that one?
Yes,
And the duration of that call is 22 seconds. Correct?
I see that. Yes.
So 17 seconds after you missed a call, according to these records,
You call back.
from Brian Albert, you called him back, and there was a call lasting 22 seconds. Is that right?
That's what the records say.
May I approach?
Yes.
Sir, are you, so the phone records are all just magically wonkadoodly? That's what the phone
Wonkadoodly.
records say? Well, sir, how are you calling?
After you were shown these phone records at that prior hearing, in that hearing at least, you finally admitted that you did in fact call Brian Albert back, but this time you claimed the two of you just sort of sat in silence. Isn't that right?
Objection.
So I'm going to sustain it in that form. You can ask it.
They sat in silence on the phone back to teenage years. Remember? You hang up first. No, 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 I want to listen to you breathe. I want to hear you sleeping. Okay, let's sleep while we're on the phone. Really? Oh, I hope I'm going to talk over this because I hope I don't get stricken for that.
Did you in fact tell the truth at the prior proceeding when you said, I don't remember that phone call?
I always tell the truth.
Did you
No,
lie
just
on
like
the record,
Jen.
sir?
No, I did not.
Would you tell us if you did?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
I always tell the
You
truth.
acknowledge that there's a
Why?
22-second phone call
Well, why don't you
in
tell
your
us
phone
why you
records, correct?
broke your phone
That's
up?
what's
I wanna know
reflected
that.
by the record.
Yeah,
And 22
Sir,
seconds is quite.
you
the amount of
laughing
time.
isn't going to help.
It's 22 seconds.
As a matter of fact, it's about this long, with the court's permission.
The
Oh.
court does not give permission. That's argument, Mr. Jackson.
If we were to count off 22
With the court's permission, no.
It's not argument. It's confronting the witness with the length of time that it is. Let it go.
Stop. I cannot play that. Do not strike me for
That's
that.
not inappropriate. Let them say that was a long time, wasn't it?
What's the question? Please read it for me.
Did you call him back?
What's the answer?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
That was like pulling teeth.
Is it 22 seconds long enough to have a conversation?
I don't agree with it. No.
Hey, babe, I'll be home in 10. Love you. Bye.
Love you too.
See.
Bye.
Now, prior call may have been,
He
correct?
did? Did he say
Yes.
they were
What
butt
was your
dials?
explanation?
Well, I used a phrase that people commonly used as a butt
Fucking
dial.
hell.
Oh,
So you think it's possible that you may have butt dialed?
Like everybody this night is suddenly butt dialing? Really? Why were your asses all needing to talk to each other?
God, there's a lot too many butt dials for this jury. I am certain.
So you think
Sex
it's
dials,
possible that
butt
you may have
hang-ups.
Butt dialed
Butt hands.
Brian Albert for a 22-second call that you're not aware of.
I think it's possible that he could have been inadvertently called back, but I have no recollection of that, nor did I have any conversation with anybody.
But you admitted that you lived.
Why are your asses talking to each other? Nobody has this many butt dials.
Oh my God. Everyone's ass in Canton. You guys need to they need to put a leash on their asses. Everything's a butt dial.
I think it's possible that he could have been inadvertently called back, but I have no recollection of that, nor did I have any conversation with anybody.
Every asshole in Canton needed to chat with every other asshole in Canton. And you can read that either way. But
what the cursing? We don't curse on this channel. Sorry if you have your kids in the room. I forgot that there was
He
F
works at
words
the
in this one.
FBI's Regional Forensics Computer Lab, sir. Sir, you're playing coy about your knowledge of phones, and your bestie works for the ATF within the FBI Regional Forensics Computer Lab. Sir. Really?
So you reflected it correctly. So Matt Kelch is an ATF agent who works at the FBI Regional Computer
Court's
Forensics
on a
Lab,
break.
correct?
Yes,
And he's an expert in digital forensics, is he not?
he has a level of expertise more than myself,
And
yes.
he's one of
Court's on a break now. The children are testifying. The media order says that they're not allowed to turn the cameras on. So we're just taking a little break too, and we're watching yesterday's reaction video by Aussie Insider. And if you're not subscribed to her, please go do that. And there is no live tweeting allowed from the courtroom. They are allowed to take notes only on pen and paper, according to Ted Daniel, who is with, I don't know, Boston 25, one of the Boston local stations. He's a reporter there. They're not allowed to live tweet from the courtroom. So we don't know when they're going to be done or who the next witness is, but we're here for it.
your best friends.
He is my best friend.
You spoke to him about the death of John O'Keefe, did you not?
Yes.
And you asked him for a personal favor, sort of off the books, correct?
Objection.
In that form, I'll sustain.
Oh,
Did
your
you ask him
face.
for a personal favor?
No.
Your face kind of says you did.
What's the question?
You knew it was an option to just hand your phone over. Just pick it up and give it to him.
And there was also an option to provide it to them as well.
And you didn't choose that
But
one.
you chose the one that you got to select the information, not the one where they would get everything, correct?
Objection.
Changes to that form.
And the reason you did that, Mr. Higgins, is that you wanted to control and limit the amount of information that was pulled off your phone, right?
Objection.
Yes.
Is that why you did it?
No, I did it because I wanted to provide it to law enforcement, Your Honor.
Without them taking your phone.
But you could have just
Stop it.
provided your
Without them taking your phone. Stop it right now. You wanted to provide them the text messages without giving you the entire phone. Come on now.
Did you utilize any computer or any data extraction
Alan's getting too excited. Can you hear him?
machinery, if you will?
Alan's
A
getting
computer
too
or something
excited.
to extract this data?
What
Well,
the
it was
fuck
a
is-
machine. I don't know what it's called.
What the fuck is happening? Alan is getting way too excited and he's tripping over his questions. What kiosk?
Data extraction machinery, if you will. A computer or something to extract this data?
Well, it was a machine. I don't know what it's called.
Okay, fair enough. I'll use the word machine. I don't know what it's called either. So you hooked that phone up to a machine, correct?
Yes,
And that machine belonged to the FBI. It didn't belong to you. Is that right?
that's correct.
So that was a federal resource, not for anything having to do with any official case that you were working. Isn't that right?
Objection.
So I need to see you. I know this is time consuming, but I need to.
Fifth?
Thank you, Scott.
Fifth? Oh, he looks nervous now. Yeah. Don't be using the official resources for your personal business. People just can't abide by those restrictions. But using FBI stuff to like commit a fraud, something like that, this whole proffer situation is maybe starting to come a little clearer.
So he's using FBI resources to extract what from his phone because he provided screenshots of the terribly cringy texts. But you're not allowed to use just government oh, they're letting the jury out.
Play the
What are you
Muppet
talking about?
sound.
We don't have any Muppet sound.
That was wonderful. Bravo. I loved that. Oh, it was great. Well, it was pretty good. Well, it was, they weren't very good, though. It could have been a lot
Hey, it's
better.
Casey and Bob Senior.
Or it's Bob and Jay.
Oh, you gotta work the mouth. You're not working the mouths right.
Oh, damn it.
Jesus.
Very funny. If you're not subscribed to Aussie Insider, go do that. Go do that. If you're just tuning in, the children are testifying and the cameras are off and we're not allowed to know about what they're testifying to because the reporters have been told they're not allowed to live tweet from court, but they're only allowed to take notes on pen and paper. So we're hoping they're going to come back with another witness before lunch. It is currently 11:28 on the East Coast. And we're hanging out. We're taking some questions. We're here for it. We're here anyway. So we might as well do that, right? So if you missed it, Higgins finished up on cross this morning. And that's the end of him. For now, because the defense can always call him back, as you know, as we've discussed. It's my understanding that both children are testifying. I'm not sure because nobody's allowed to live tweet or text or use any sort of electronic device in the courtroom while the kids are testifying. So I really don't know. We're going to find out more when we find out more. Yep, Sheila, 18 entries of key swipes a day when he was not even working. You're correct. Scott's promoting Brian Higgins' dating potential. It's very nice of you, Scott. Thank you, Maureen Duffy, for becoming a new member. I appreciate you so very much. Thank you so much to Dawn for the Venmo, who says the best Karen Reed cases commentary. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dawn. And Tiffany, thank you so much as well for the Venmo. You guys are very, very supportive, very, very generous. I appreciate you all so much. And Maureen Francis says, I'm the best law tuber out there on Cash App. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Kid Kairos. Why are there no reasons given for objections by the prosecutor? He just says objection and the judge assumes the reason. Yes. Yes. That was the judge's ruling before this trial started, that she did not want anyone to give their reasons for the objection, which where I come from in New York is very odd. Some judges will actually, after you object, wait for you to state your grounds because you're supposed to know what your grounds are. The judge isn't supposed to guess, but in this case, the judge wants to guess. So that's why we're not hearing any reasons. And we also don't hear the reasons why the objections are overruled or sustained, which is the big problem, in my opinion, when it's going to come to appellate issues, because there doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to whether objections are sustained or overruled. And it's odd. It's not what I'm used to. And I don't know if that is the norm in Massachusetts, or if that is something that is just the norm for this judge. And all the arguments for the objections are done sidebar if there's a question about it. But it seems like she's overruling and sustaining from the bench and sort of just guessing what the reasons are. So who knows? It's a little bit odd to me. Kat says Higgins is on both lists. I hope the defense calls him back and Albert. They do have the opportunity to do that if they so choose. There are some rumblings that Proctor may not, the Commonwealth may have decided not to call Proctor. I can't confirm or deny that, so I do not know. If they don't call Proctor, I think it's a problem for them. He's the lead investigator in this case. And if they do call Proctor, I think it's a problem for them because he's under internal affairs investigation for his handling of this investigation in the Karen Reed case. So either way, it's a problem. But it's kind of unheard of that you don't call the lead investigator on a murder case. And we saw during some of the pretrial motions that they started to call Proctor the co-lead investigator, as if he co-led the investigation with Trooper Yuri Buchanek. I don't know if they're going to try and put Buchanek on instead of Proctor, but it would be very unusual if Proctor is not called by the Commonwealth in this case. Especially since he took all of the witness statements that weren't signed and weren't recorded. Thank you, Dana Zulek, for your 10. Government agencies at all levels need to have accountability. It shouldn't take private parties financing justice, especially when misconduct is so obvious. Listen, Dana, people who are just starting to look at this case, and I'm going to talk about law tubers in particular, because there are a lot of law tubers that started covering this right at the trial that really didn't know anything about it. And they're in shock and horror too about why this case was even brought. And those of us who have been covering this, we've been doing a deep dive into this case since January. I've looked at all the pretrial motions and the hearings and the evidence or lack thereof and the witness statements and the investigative reports. And we knew about solo cups and the leaf blower. And it strained our credulity. And Karen Reed has spent, I don't even know how much in legal fees thus far. But yeah, a lot of law tubers are now saying, what are we doing here? Why was this case even brought? The investigation was shoddy at best, egregious at worst, and possibly corrupt. So why is this woman being forced to shoulder all of these legal fees? And remember, she's out of jail. She's out on $80,000 bail. When she was initially arrested in February of 2022, it was on vehicular manslaughter charges and DUI, leaving the scene. Charges were upgraded after a state grand jury was impaneled in the spring of 2022, and she was upgraded and indicted on murder charges in June of 2022. And she had to post something like an $80,000 cash bail, maybe 100, and they reduced it to 80. I'm not sure. But because Karen Reed is very successful and had the money, she was able to post bail, and she's out. She's been out of jail for the over 2 years that this case was pending. If she did not, she'd still be sitting in a jail cell. So let that sink in. It should shock everyone's conscience, because Karen Reed could be any one of you or me or anyone that you know. And that's why there's worldwide interest in this case, because now that all this stuff is coming to light, and we're on day 18 and there still has been no evidence that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with her car. That's the whole case. We haven't seen anything yet to prove that, other than statements by Jen McCabe and Katie McLaughlin, who both have close ties to the family on whose lawn Officer O'Keefe's body was found, claiming that Karen said, I hit him, as if that's a confession. We haven't seen any physical evidence that Officer John O'Keefe was hit by a car. Still waiting, day 18. Liz Swift, thanks for being a member for 3 months. Have we seen the thread between John O'Keefe and Higgins? No, we just saw one text message. We saw some text messages about the day where Higgins went over to their house for a Patriots game on like January 15th, I want to say. There were some text messages the next day where Higgins said, did I play video games with your nephew? Did I break his controller? Aren't you guys hurting today? I'm really hurting. Can't believe we broke out the Hennessy. I blame Karen for that. He didn't even remember throwing the nephew's game controller across the room. Apparently he had had a lot of whiskey and Hennessy's. And that's when allegedly this peck or kiss between Higgins and Karen Reed happened. So we saw some of those text messages between John and Higgins. And then Higgins texted John at 12:20 a.m. on January 29th, presumably from 34 Fairview. You coming here with 2 question marks at 12:20 a.m. So that's really all we've seen so far between the two of them. Ben, thank you so much for your super chat. Historians searching court transcript. You're searching for butt dial has resulted in 787 results. Would you like to narrow your search criteria? That's funny. That is funny. Katie, thank you so much for your super chat. If they don't call Proctor, can the defense still call him? Why, yes, they can. Yes, they sure can. He is on their witness list as well. Thank you, Lika Lagushka, for your super chat. Heard public in Canton voted for police to undergo an audit by independent body. Good for them. Yep. The Canton PD is being audited by vote of the residents of Canton. That is true. I don't know what the status of that is, but I'm sure there are many local people in chat that can opine on that or tell you about that anyway. Little Cupcake says, I was thinking about the breaking of the controller, demonstrating an apparent lack of control over violent outbursts while drunk. Right. A lack of recall the next day about what happened during drunken evenings. And there were a lot of Jameson going on. And even testified that night when he allegedly got home in the early morning hours of the 29th, he had something to eat and a couple of more drinks before falling asleep and never getting a phone call at 2:22 and then never calling Brian Higgins back for 12 seconds or 22 seconds. I think it was 22 seconds at 2:22, right? Doesn't remember that phone call at all. Well, really, it's not surprising. It's not saying it didn't happen. He's just saying he doesn't remember it, right? And Tell the Truth says the board is fighting them on every step of the way. There's a public meeting tonight, and that is on the, you're talking about the Canton PD audit? Okay, Ted Daniel is reporting that the testimony of the 2 minor children is complete. So we are here for it. If they turn the cameras back on, I've got the court TV feed back up. I don't know if they're going to take a break or if they're going to come back, but we're here and I've got it up. So have no worries. Pretty Eyes says they need to call Telly in as well. Yeah. Correct. Al H says there's a massive public meeting tonight in Canton. Commander Ed says the person put in charge of the audit is the person that was the most against it happening. That's all you need to know. Says Commander Ed. I drink alone. Yeah, with nobody else, says Misha Wyatt. Thank you. We think it's Longleggers here, and sometimes we sing. We just do. Not a great singer, but sometimes we try and lighten the mood. Coop 3000 says a lot of people were wicked, smashed, horrifying. It's horrifying. We're in shock and horror. Shock and horror over here. Be interesting to see if the reporters are allowed to tweet or report back about what the kids testified to or about. Clancy Lassie from Tallahassee opines. I bet he was still under the influence the next morning. Could have been. I was thinking maybe he never even went home. Maybe he slept over the Canton PD at his office because he did tell Karen one time the day of the football game when she said, you should stay over, maybe you shouldn't drive or something like that. He said, well, I have an office at Canton PD, like as if he sleeps there on an often or on occasion. Does he have a sofa or couch in his office that he can sleep on? I don't know. I'd like to know. Karina says, whoop, whoop. I thought they would take all day with the kids. No, I don't think that. Oh, that would be a really bad luck. Could you imagine? I think they went out what time? Maybe 10, and it's 11:40. So that still was pretty long. Or maybe the court went on a 10-minute break. Maybe they started with them at 10:20. So still an hour and 20 minutes. Blessed Mom from Texas says that was fast, praying all went well. Lisa Lee, the testimony of the kids feels wrong. Selfish motive. I agree. We were talking about that earlier, Lisa, in case you weren't here. That the trauma that these children, who I think are 14 and 11, if anybody has a better, if I'm wrong on the ages, let me know. The trauma that they're going to endure from having to get up on the stand and testify about Karen in front of Karen, someone who was so generous to them and loved them and has not been able to have contact with them since January 29th, or at least since February 2nd, when she was arrested the first time, because as a condition of her arrest and of her release, she was not allowed to have contact with the family or go back to One Meadows. So, the trauma that the kids are going to have from being forced to testify, is it worth it? Is it worth whatever testimony they elicited from them? I don't know. I don't think so. But, it's not my case to try. If I was trying this case, I don't think I would call those kids. I don't think they can add much to a murder motive because you don't even have to show motive. But, nobody asked me, but I'm about protecting the children, really. So I'm against it. I don't agree with it. It upsets me. Lisa Lynn says they should be back soon. St. Elmo's Fire wants to find someone in Trump's courtroom. We were commiserating about the Ben Affleck J-Lo breakup earlier. Didn't take very long for that to end, huh? Lisa Lynn says, I have a feeling that Yannetti did not cross the children, or if he did, it was quick. I tend to agree with you on that. Hopefully we'll hear more about that today. Alan Jackson is not in court today. He's off, which is why Yannetti finished the cross of Higgins, which I thought was very effective. He started off with like, listen, these are yes and no questions. You can answer yes or no, because we saw Higgins, how he wanted to answer the question he wanted to answer and wanted to explain everything when he could simply answer yes or no. Yes or no. MM. Was Higgins afraid to take Karen's side because without John O'Keefe in the way, he would still be rejected? That's interesting. It's an interesting thought. But, take her side. He didn't even reach out to see how she was doing. He didn't even respond to her after she said John's dead. Like, this is a woman who you really wanted the real deal with, right? Crazy. Hopefully they'll put the camera back up soon. We'll see. Mac Tickle says his mind was on other things that morning. I think we all know. Baghdad Bob. Cranky Melanie sidebar. I forgot to smash like button. Please, everyone, hit the like button. Helps the channel. Helps the algorithm. Helps the video get pushed out. Court is still on break, but the children are done testifying. So as soon as the court feed is back up, we will be back on with the court. Jennifer Haggerty says, shame on Lally and the family who had to sign off on them to testify. I can't imagine they had that much to add to the discussion that's already taken place. Those poor kids. I'm with you on that. Vicinator says, him not reaching out, meaning Higgins not reaching out to Karen after John's death, tells me all I need to know about his involvement. Wonder if the jury sees it that way, huh? Coop 3000, looks like the Alberts went after Karen Reed first, but now they all really harp on snowplows, like a warning to Higgins that if he flips, they'll all throw him under the bus. Yeah, they were all testifying about his Jeep being out there. Kenny Smith says Yannetti apologized for them having to testify. Lally objected. All right. Fall River reporter is live tweeting from court. Says we're allowed to share the dialogue with you, but cannot give their name or any personal information. One second. And I will read that. If you're on Twitter, go follow Fall River Reporter. Somebody just sent this thread to me. Let me just see if I can get down to the kid's testimony for you. Okay. Fall River Reporter says, so catching you up to date is going to be a challenge. There are very strict rules on what we can and cannot say. Let me start with this. Yannetti had an opportunity to cross-examine John's nephew, who's in 7th grade. He went to the podium with no notebook, no notes, paused before he began to speak. He only asked John's nephew 3 questions. First, do you know what it means to raise a hand in anger? He responded that he thought he knew what that meant. He then asked the nephew if he had ever seen John raise a hand in anger to Karen. He responded no. He asked, Yannetti then said, I'm so sorry you were asked to come here today. So that's it. 3 questions of the nephew. Do you know what it means to raise a hand in anger? Did you ever see John raise a hand in anger to Karen? He said no. He then said, I'm so sorry you were asked to come here today. That's heartbreaking. Prior to Yannetti asking those few questions, Lally asked many questions of the nephew, including questions about what his relationship was like with Karen. Sometimes good, sometimes bad, he said. When asked what it was like when it was good, John's nephew responded that they were being a family, happy being around each other. Sometimes when it was bad, he got in trouble for doing something wrong, and Karen would yell a little and had a little bit of an attitude. Sometimes Karen would ignore him and not look happy. Hang on, because I have to wait for somebody to send me the thread. Karina says, I wonder if Mrs. O'Keefe is so invested in believing that Karen's guilty and that nothing will change her mind and that will just make it so much harder for her if Karen is found not guilty. That's so tough. Yeah. Fall River reporter says, I should mention that a few times during this testimony, Lally, per usual, was hard to understand. He also had a few moments that, in the way that he asked the questions, was hard for the child to know what he meant. And remember, there was a motion in limine about leading the children during testimony, and the judge said she would see how it goes, whether or not Lally would be allowed to lead the children on direct. And that is according to Fall River reporter. They're very limited about what they're allowed to say. John's niece was then called to testify. She's older than her brother. One thing we learned from both children is that John and Karen never argued outside the home. Although they did say that arguments were more frequent in the months leading up to John's death. So, was it worth having the kids testify to get that limited testimony? I don't know. What say you? Brian Weber says, so in other words, they had a normal relationship, albeit with a little too much alcohol. Seems that way. My bet says if Karen had wanted him dead, why would she have done CPR? She was upset because she loved him. I thought so. Beach gal, how the O'Keefe family believed Jen McCabe is just mind-boggling. Susan Lane, I have 6 children. My own mother had not wanted her 4. We can't blame Karen for being conflicted. Sorry, she said so in text. It's hard. It's hard when you get with somebody who has children already that aren't yours. There's always, parenting issues, parenting style issues. Remember, they were not John's children either. They were John's sister's children. And she tragically died 8 years before of glioblastoma, something like 5 months between diagnosis and death. And then tragically, after she passed away, her husband passed away 2 months later. And John took on the role of their guardian. And he had been raising them for 8 years when he and Karen got back together. Or 6 years maybe, because they were together for 2, because they got together back in 2020, Karen and John. Miss Kitty said, children, I thought they were all over 16. No, the children are, I believe, 14 and 11. They're on a 10-minute recess. Thank you, Kenny Smith. Hopefully they're into the 10-minute recess, and they're going to be coming back soon, and I've got it up, and there's no fan yet, so we're staying tuned. I wonder if she'll go until 1 or if she'll break for lunch at noon. Let me know, anybody, if you find out anything. Susan says Lally should be ashamed of himself. And Lucky We Trust says he wanted to lead because he can't ask appropriate questions. But definitely not for the age. There's a typo in there, so I'm not sure what you had to say. We learned that Karen did not have access to the Ring camera. Thank you, Jules. Jules, are you in court? Or did you get that from somebody who's tweeting it? Their whole theory, and they've been trying to set the stage for the fact that Karen went up after she got out of the hospital from her Section 12, went back to that One Meadows with her brother and her father, and that she went upstairs with her father, and they were trying to show that she had access to the computer in the computer room and deleted some of the Ring camera footage. Thanks, Jules, for that. As Smith, so compassionate of Yannetti to say that to the kids. Awful they were called to be there. Not sure the testimony they gave justified calling them to go. No, but if they did testify that Karen did not have access to the Ring camera footage, then that was a positive thing for the defense. Daphne's not surprised, says it's hard. It's been hard for the adults to know what he's asking. Lally, yeah. Sparkly Rabbit says the something of what the Commonwealth did to those kids far outweighs any benefit they received. Pretty Eyes says they both had said Karen had no access to the Ring camera videos. And that's interesting too, because Jen McCabe knew how to access those Ring camera videos. She knew that John O'Keefe had the Ring app on his phone, she said, because he was so proud of those Ring cameras. He was always looking at them and always showing her the footage. So we know that Jen McCabe knew how to access the Ring camera from his phone. And we heard Carrie Roberts say that she's the one who found the phone underneath John after he was picked up and put on a scoop stretcher, although none of the first responders noticed the phone underneath his body when they picked him up and put him on the scoop stretcher. So that's interesting. Carrie Roberts claims she put John O'Keefe's phone in her pocket and then later gave it to a first responder, but doesn't remember who. So the forensics on that phone are going to be very interesting about the movement that phone took at from the time that it was found until it stopped moving again. Vicinator says, nope, those children have been through enough. Do not post the testimony here, period. Thank you, Team Brittany. Thank you for that. I guess we are in violation. Do not post it. Lorraine, thank you so much for your super chat from Canada. How long was the conversation between Higgins and his lawyer on Friday? 22 seconds. I'm sure it had substance. It was less than that in court. I think it was less than 10 seconds because I think his attorney said something like, I only need 10 seconds. So yeah, him saying that you can't have a conversation of substance in 22 seconds is a little disingenuous. As anybody who's ever had a conversation knows. Thank you, Suzanne. Both kids. Okay. No access to the Ring camera. Thank you. Apparently we're not supposed to be talking about it. I don't know. Francis Domino, thank you so much for your super chat. Is in the USA, is the police department liable for damages for botching an investigation as a result of dereliction of duty? No, there are certain types of immunity for that. However, if a person is maliciously prosecuted, they may have a civil lawsuit against the police department when the case is over and or if they are acquitted or the charges are dismissed or if they've been falsely imprisoned. Thank you, Lorraine. We already addressed this. And Charlie Lynn says, thank you, Charlie, who deleted the library and Sallyport footage too. Was that Karen Reed too? No, was not. Apparently. Just because somebody posted it does not make it public information. It does not mean that they have the permission to post it. So I don't want to get anybody in trouble and I don't want to get in trouble. So apparently the niece is 16 and the nephew is 13. Okay. So perhaps I had the ages wrong. So 16 and 13. And that makes sense because they were celebrating the niece's admission into Bishop Fee High School. So that would have been, she would have been in 8th grade in 2020. So perhaps now she's in 2022. I mean, so maybe now she's in 10th grade. So she's probably 16, right? And the nephew is probably 13. So a little older than we thought, but still traumatic. Still traumatic. So are we on lunch? What are we doing, guys? What are we doing? Are we on lunch? Who knows? Nope. I'm deleting this stuff. Do not talk about what the kids said. Apparently, we're not supposed to talk about it. People are now deleting things that they posted. So I'm not going to be shadow banned today for this case. Again, 10-minute recess. You heard a 10-minute break. You heard a 10-minute break. All right. If you are on Twitter and you have Twitter, you can go look at Fall River Reporter. You can look at Ted Daniels. You can check the updates there. But it's unclear what's allowed to be reported and what's not. So we're not going to We're not going to report in here what they said. If you are interested, you can go to the cesspool of Twitter and find out if it's still available. KKB says, is it just me or is it weird all these adults were out celebrating kids without kids? Brian Albert Jr.'s birthday and the school acceptance. Yeah, without the kids being there. Brian Albert didn't come out to celebrate his birthday. And they all got back after midnight, you know? So if they wanted to celebrate his birthday, why didn't they get there for midnight for the birthday, for the cake? They didn't. They didn't do it. Somebody says, here they come. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Boston Babe Forever. I can hear the sound. We just can't see the, can't see anything yet.
Thank you. Maybe see you go back.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth to call Dr. Justin Rice to the stand.
Dr. Justin Rice is being called to the stand, but maybe they should put the cameras up. He's the ER doctor. All right, cool. We'll break for lunch and then we'll have a stream in the afternoon.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. Take this.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Hi.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Justin Rice, R-I-C-E. Is that what you asked me to spell?
And sir, that microphone in front of you, however you want to position that, it's flexible, so it's
Too far away. Is that better?
that's perfect. Thank you. And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm an emergency medicine physician.
And how long have you been doing that?
I finished my residency in 2008, so I've been attending since 2008.
And where is it that you work now?
My current employer is South Shore Health.
And how long have you been working for South Shore Health?
I started there in October of this past year, 2023.
And where did you work prior to that?
Before that, I had been full-time at Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton.
And how long was it that you worked at Good Samaritan?
Let's see. I started at Good Samaritan in 2010.
Now, sir, if I could, I'd like to just talk a little bit about your educational background. Where did you go to school as far as your undergrad is concerned?
I went to undergraduate at the College of William and Mary in Williamsburg, Virginia.
And what, if any, degrees did you graduate from there?
I obtained a Bachelor's of Science in Chemistry.
And following your graduation from there, where did you go to school after that?
So after that, I attended University of Virginia for medical school. Is that what you asked me? I'm sorry.
UVA, and that's a great school.
And following your graduation from medical school, where did you go after that?
Then I did a emergency medicine residency in Philadelphia at University of Pennsylvania.
And what is a residency?
So residency is several years of training that's where doctors will specialize. For me in emergency medicine, some people choose to be surgeons, pediatricians. That's when more of the specialization, if you will, happens in medicine, medical training.
And how long was your residency?
It was 4 years.
And following your residency, where did you go from there?
So I, in 2008, finished residency. I worked for 2 years in Manassas, Virginia at Prince William Hospital for 2 years.
And are you board certified?
I am by American Board of Emergency Medicine, yes.
And what is it that you're board certified
Emergency
specifically
medicine.
emergency medicine.
And when you use that term as far as board certification is concerned, what goes into that? What does that entail?
So when I obtained board certification, it was a two-step process where there was a written exam administered at one of the testing centers. And after you pass that, then there's an in-person oral exam, I guess is what they're called. And as where you've given like didactic or individual cases, assuming you pass that, then you're board certified.
And your board certification is up to date currently?
Yes.
Now, with reference to the time that you worked at Good Samaritan, as far as the emergency department is concerned, can you describe to the jury sort of what does the emergency department at Good Samaritan look like as far as staff, bedding, sort of layout? Like,
If it was me, every time he said sort of, I would object because that's ridiculous. Stop saying sort of 3 times in every question.
Sure. So at the time and currently, there's 36 treatment rooms in the main ER. A lot of hallway stretchers as well. There's also an express care kind of area, but for the purposes of this conversation, 36 beds in the main ER. Staffing wise, there'd be anywhere between 4 to 5 and 12 nurses. And for the purposes of this discussion, it would have been 2 docs on and probably 1 either nurse practitioner or physician assistant in the morning.
and as far as the morning, what I'm going to turn your attention to is the morning of January 29th, 2022. Were you working at the Good Samaritan on that day?
If that's the morning of this incident, then yes.
And is there a particular shift or what kind of hours would you be working around that time at Good Samaritan?
I'm pretty sure I started my shift at 6 a.m. that day. There was a 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. It was either 2 or 3 to, excuse me. It was either 6 to 2 or 6 to 3 p.m., but the shift would have started at 6 a.m. as I recall.
And on that date at Good Samaritan, do you recall becoming involved with a treatment of a patient by the name of John O'Keefe?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Seems like the pollen's getting to Dr. Rice today.
Document, if you could just take. I'm showing you a document, if you could just take a look at that and look up anything.
You want me to look through each page or just acknowledge that?
Just as far as, do you recognize what that document is?
Yes, of course.
And what do you recognize that to be?
So it looks like is a transcription or a copy of the medical chart that I would have produced or dictated. And on the front page is also a, it's called like a code sheet, which the nurses would have put together and I would have signed off on, detailing what resuscitative efforts, as in the specific details and timing of the resuscitative efforts that were performed on Mr. O'Keefe's behalf.
Thanks.
Officer
With your
O'Keefe.
permission, may the witness hold on to that during the course of this testimony?
Yes.
And Your Honor, what I would seek to introduce in a minute as the next exhibit would be a redacted copy of those same records.
Okay. Is there any objection?
Your Honor, if we could just review those.
Oh, interesting. I wonder if the records that Lally handed the witness are not the records that were exchanged with the defense. That's interesting. Charlie, thanks for the super chat. Says, strange coincidence. I'm at work right now in Philly at the University of Pennsylvania Hospital. Weird. Thanks, Charlie, for the super chat. And that is an odd coincidence. Michael says, typically referred as the person who is scribing during a code. This will be the ER doctor that attended to Officer O'Keefe when he was brought into the ER. Yeah, Amber, he's not an officer to the doctor. He's a patient, but nobody has addressed him as Officer O'Keefe at any time during the pre-trial investigation, the pre-trial hearings. And we're a little personally offended by that. It says logically legal. OMG, thank you. No one's acknowledging that the victim was an officer. That's unheard of. I know, Matthew. I know. Medical charts do not refer to individuals' occupations as a normal course of composition. I agree. I'm just pointing out that nobody in this trial has ever referred to him as an officer.
Thanks.
Brother in blue.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Lally, I'll let you hold on to what's been marked SS for identification.
Now, Dr. Rice, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, about what time did he come into your facility at Good Samaritan?
Would you like me to look at the chart here? Let's see.
Sure. If you can't remember things and you need to reference the chart, you can do that, Doctor.
Okay, thanks. So it looks like, based on the code sheet, first line starting at 0647, so I'll say 6:47 a.m.
And as far as his presentation, Mr. O'Keefe's presentation, when he came into the emergency department, how would you describe his presentation upon his arrival there?
So he would have been, well, he was unresponsive and intubated, as in with a breathing tube into his airway via his mouth.
And as he came into the emergency department, what, if anything, was fixed to him in regard to CPR or other resuscitative efforts?
So he would have had or had CPR in progress. And also someone would have been ventilating his lungs via the endotracheal tube.
Now, there's mention within that record as far as a cardiac arrest. Is that correct?
I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't understand what you're asking me.
Sure. Well, let me just ask you, familiar with the term cardiac arrest?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury, based on your training and experience, what your understanding of that term is?
Sure. So as in he arrived with in cardiac arrest, which by definition means that his heart was not autonomously or independently pumping blood, or in his case, without electrical activity as well of the heart.
And are you familiar with another term called perfusion?
Yes.
And can you explain what perfusion is and how that relates to the condition of cardiac arrest?
Sure. So, for example, you and I right now, because our heart is autonomously, pumping blood, the heart is the pump and responsible for pushing blood throughout your body, therefore perfusing your body. In a scenario like this, where a patient is in cardiac arrest or asystole, or as in not having any electrical activity in his heart or mechanical activity of his heart, the perfusion that is happening is by CPR, as in the chest being pushed upon, indirectly is, you call it maybe indirectly pumping or moving blood flow. So there is perfusion, but in a significantly limited compared to someone not in cardiac arrest.
And as far as that perfusion process is concerned, what, if any, relation does that have to the organs within the body?
Well, so, you know, if your perfusion is limited, then your organs are not getting the normal amount of blood flow and therefore oxygen and all the other, you know, nutrients that your blood's providing. So your organs will begin the process of failure.
Can you use the term in there as far as asystole? Could you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
Sure. So asystole would be when you put the electrical leads on a patient's heart. The complete absence of intrinsic electrical activity from the heart would be asystole. So as in not having any observable or detectable electrical activity would be asystole.
Now, as far as these conditions, as far as cardiac arrest and asystole, what, if any, concerns does that raise from a diagnostic perspective in relation to Mr. O'Keefe?
I guess your question with respect to it from a diagnostic perspective, I don't know exactly what you're asking me there.
Let me rephrase that. So with regard to those conditions that are observed and noted within the medical chart for Mr. O'Keefe that you have before you, how would that relate to his condition or sort of how he's presenting and what, if anything, you're doing treatment-wise?
Well, so even with good CPR, the perfusion of the brain, for example, and this is what I think about frequently during resuscitative efforts like this, as in, I couldn't tell you an exact time, but there's a certain, without perfusion of the brain for a certain amount of time, you're limited with respect to, well, the concern is that the patient, even if you resuscitate their body, that there's potentially going to be brain death or anoxia or lack of oxygen to the brain and a poor outcome with respect to neurological outcome.
Now, as far as the resuscitative efforts are concerned, is there any sort of standard sort of resuscitative protocols that would be undergone with someone who presents as Mr. O'Keefe did?
Yes.
And can you explain what those are?
So, you know, in broad terms, there's ACLS, which is Advanced Cardiac Life Support. That's an algorithm that through medical training, you know, I've learned and is frequently, the algorithm can be adjusted. There's also a TLS for trauma patients. So there's an algorithm there with respect to resuscitation or guidelines, I guess, with respect to resuscitation.
And within those sort of guidelines or protocols, are you familiar with a medication called epinephrine?
Yes.
And how would epinephrine play into sort of the treatment or the diagnosis of Mr. O'Keefe?
So, you know, in the time that I've been practicing, epinephrine is probably the only medication or drug that has persistently been in the ACLS pathway. It's adrenaline. So the idea is loosely that you're attempting to affect upon the heart itself more squeeze, as in more pressure, and also to increase the potential, or if there is electrical activity, to increase the amplitude of that electrical function at the cellular level.
Now, in addition to the cardiac arrest and the asystole, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if any, presentation did he have related to hypothermia?
So I know his initial temperature was low. I'd have to look, but I can see here that the nursing wrote in their notes that his, I see T equals 80.1 R. So I interpret that to be his temperature was 80.1 degrees by rectal temperature.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of your understanding as far as hypothermia, what is it and how does that present itself?
So, as it pertains to this case, there's a few ways to get hypothermic. If I at 12:20 were to have a cardiac arrest right now and stop perfusing, my current temperature my current temperature, I'm guessing, is 98.6, right? A normal temperature. Without perfusion, the body will lose, or excuse me, the core temperature will decrease over time. The specifics of that I couldn't, or beyond my knowledge and training, but does that answer your question?
Yes. And so as far as
Wait.
hypothermia is concerned,
So is he saying that you could become hypothermic if you have a heart attack and you're inside and it's warm? Your body temperature will go down just because you've had a heart attack over time? He's clearly not an expert on hypothermia.
is there a certain sort of baseline or what is sort of the typical temperature under which someone would be declared sort of hypothermic or treated as such?
I don't know if I could give you a definition of medically what a quote diagnosis of hypothermia. I couldn't tell you a number. I can tell you that 80 qualifies as hypothermia, but I couldn't tell you a number under which that definition applies.
But the temperature that Mr. O'Keefe presented with certainly fits within those parameters. Is that correct?
Yes, 80 degrees is very cold.
And as far as resuscitative efforts as they pertain to the core body temperature or the low core body temperature of Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, was done with relation to treatment of that?
Sure. So as the nursing note mentions, there's a bear hugger was applied. So that's a blanket that has warmed air being pumped through it. So that's a way of externally warming someone. He also, having reviewed the chart earlier, I don't see it right in front of you. Actually, I take that back. He had warm IV fluids running. So IV fluids not at room temperature, as in a warm or an oven of sorts, would have been given to him via intravenous or central venous access.
And as far as the body temperature is concerned, what if any relationship does the body temperature have and the warming process have as to a declaration of deceased in relation to Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, so there's a goal in resuscitative medicine to attempt to rewarm a body. Loosely, the idea being that the heart, among other organs, will function better or function at all in a warmer environment. That's one goal of resuscitation. With him, as I recall, despite resuscitative efforts for approximately half an hour, there was not a significant warming of his core temperature.
And so, sir, with reference to Mr. O'Keefe, at some point, was he pronounced deceased by yourself?
Yes.
And do you see any indication within the chart as to what time that was?
Sure. I'll just need this moment here. According to my note, it looks like the time of death was death declaration was 7:50 in the morning.
Is that 50 or 15?
50.
Now, as
Okay, so he
far
has so far
as-
testified. People are like, why is he testifying? He's a treating physician. He's the ER doctor who attended to Officer John O'Keefe. I'm going to call him officer since they can't at trial. When he first arrived at Good Samaritan Hospital at 6:47 a.m., he's testifying that he's not an expert in hypothermia, but at that time, John's rectal temperature was 80.1, which is also known as the core temperature. He didn't say that. He also is testified that they had about a half an hour of resuscitative efforts and that he was pronounced or declared at 7:50 a.m., which would have been an hour and 3 minutes since he arrived at the hospital.
the observations that you made as far as a systole and the cardiac arrest, did that persist throughout the course of your treatment, Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
All right. Can we please refrain from disparaging the witness in the chat? We're better than that. We're classier than that. He's a doctor. He's not a professional witness. Maybe he's never testified in his entire career. And it takes a lot for somebody who deals with patients all day to have to come into court, which is someplace that they're not familiar with, and get on the stand and testify in a very, very famous trial that is being televised worldwide. So let's try and give the guy a little bit of a break, please. Show him a little bit of grace. Thank you. He's a doctor. He's an ER doctor. He's not a professional witness. He's not a hired gun. He happens to be the doctor who attended to Officer O'Keefe when he was brought into the hospital that morning. Okay? Let's just give him a little bit of a break. Thanks. It's probably the first time he's ever testified.
Yes.
Let me just see that document. Direct your attention to what's the fourth page in, bottom of it says 2 of 4, and I direct your attention to the top of that page. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
And as far as this is sort of a listing of observations or, well, let me ask you, can you describe what is listed at the top of that page there?
Sure. So this would have been the physical exam documentation of my note. So, with respect to the head, it says, excuse me, the first word is other, which I believe is a function of the computer system. As in, I typed in there right superior orbital ridge region, approximately 7 millimeter laceration, and then with surrounding soft tissue swelling / contusion.
Sir, if I could just stop you there. As far as what you're talking about with the right superior orbital ridge region, could you explain to the jury or demonstrate to the jury?
Sure. So the orbital ridge is the bone above your eye that you can, like where your eyebrow is or should, would normally be.
And as far as the other sort of things that you noted over the course of your physical exam or review of Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything else of note, did you observe?
Well, according to my note, the only other kind of observations other than would be that he had breath sounds present bilaterally. I observed that he was pulseless. His abdominal exam was atraumatic on my chart, and then extremity exam or musculoskeletal exam, I wrote that he had superficial abrasions on the right forearm.
And from a medical perspective, when you use that term abrasion, so can you explain to the jury what you understand the term abrasions to mean?
Yeah, I use it as a medical synonym for scratches, if you will.
Scratches.
And under neuro or neurological, there's a listing as far as a GC3, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you explain what that is and what that means?
So GC.
Okay, one step beyond. I'm going to say this a little bit. Again, why are we questioning an ER doctor? Did we switch from Karen Reed to medical malpractice over the weekend? No, this is the ER doctor who first saw Officer O'Keefe when he was brought into the emergency room at Good Sam. This is very important testimony. This is the first medical provider to treat Officer John O'Keefe. And what he has to say is very important. He's not a professional witness. He's a doctor. This is an unfamiliar environment for him. And people are saying maybe Lally didn't prep him. He's a doctor. He works in an emergency room. He's very busy. Maybe they didn't have time to prep him. He's testifying by using his chart, what he remembers on the early morning of January 29th, when Officer O'Keefe's body was brought into Good Sam emergency room at 6:47 a.m. This is the doctor who pronounced him dead at 7:50 a.m. And that is a very, very difficult thing, I would imagine, for a doctor to do. Pronounce anybody dead, lose a patient, not be able to save a patient. So let's just listen to his testimony because it's very, very important. Thank you.
Is what I charted. What I intended to write there was GCS, which is a Glasgow Coma Scale, which is a scoring system to identify someone's level of consciousness or unresponsiveness.
And as far as the three, what is like, where does the scale start? Where does it go to, and where does the three fit in?
So there's three components: verbal function, motor function, and eye or ocular function. And someone who's completely unresponsive, as in no motor, no verbal, and no eye movement or function, completely unresponsive. The lowest you can get on the scale is 3.
Thank you, sir. May I approach Sister Retreat?
Yes.
Now, later on over the course of that same morning, did you have occasion to become involved in the treatment of another patient by the name of Karen Reed?
Yes.
And may I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
He also treated Karen Reed when she was brought in to be sectioned. So this is double interesting. If somebody can put, I don't want to rewind it, but if you can put in what his Glasgow coma scale was. Thank you. Trauma ICU. Did they say that it was 3? I don't know. The doctor didn't say. Did he say what his Glasgow coma scale was? He said it was a 3? Oh, wow. So that's the lowest you can get, non-responsive. DOA. We'll see.
So I'm showing you another document, just asked you to look at that. To the extent you can recognize it and look up whenever you finish.
Thanks, Michael. Very.
In general, sir, do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
Or what do you recognize it?
The first part I recognized would have been the medical record or medical note with respect to Miss Reed, who was also a patient that morning.
Thank you. Your Honor, the Commonwealth seeks to introduce in a minute the next exhibit or redact a copy of those records.
Regarding no objections, subjects to the redactions. Okay. Thank you.
So they're admitting Karen's medical records into evidence for the jury to bring back to the jury room with redactions.
Now, Samaritan that morning. What time was it that? Now, sir, if you know about what time was it that Miss Reed came into the emergency department at Good Samaritan that morning?
I mean, I can tell you from this chart, it looks like that at least the first posted vital signs were from 7:51, 5:1 in the morning.
And in reference to Miss Reed, what is it that she came into Good Samaritan in regard to? Why was she there?
I'd have to review Daisy's note, so
Keep in mind that 1 minute after Officer John O'Keefe was pronounced dead at 7:50, Karen Reed's vital signs were taken at 7:51.
Let me ask you this, sir. Was it in reference to section 12? Do you recall?
yes.
And with regard to section 12, patients that come in regard to that, what kind of involvement do you have, or who, if anyone, do you work with in regard to those types of patients?
Sure. So section 12, I would define as involuntary detention of a person, usually for a mental health concern, whether that's self-harm or harm to others, or if someone who's afflicted with schizophrenia or psychosis, members of the public can bring someone to or the police or members of the public can bring someone to the hospital on a section 12, which again, involuntarily detains them for evaluation.
And in addition to yourself, is there other staff? You mentioned that there were physician's assistants or nurses that were working. How much involvement would you typically have with someone who comes in on that kind of prognosis or diagnosis?
I would say, to answer your question, my involvement is variable and dependent a lot of times on what that nurse practitioner or physician assistant feels like they need or want my involvement to be.
And what kind of involvement would you have as far as when someone comes in with that kind of issue? What is sort of the typical protocol or policies that Good Samaritan would undergo with reference to that patient? What are you doing with reference to the patient when they arrive?
I'm sorry, I don't really understand what the question is.
No, understood.
We don't either. Don't worry, Doc.
With regard to a patient coming in on a section 12, what happens with that person once they present in the ER?
So whether they're evaluated by me or a nurse practitioner or physician assistant, if that person feels like, based on their evaluation, that they need a mental health consult or evaluation, then they would have that initiated, as well as what we do for a lot of patients, or all patients' vital signs, and sometimes blood work as well.
And when it comes to that sort of blood work or assay, as far as what's being done with someone who comes in with that kind of report, what is sort of being tested and what is being looked at as far as the blood work is concerned?
Well, there's a few reasons to get blood work, but in general, part of the evaluation is, with respect to the medical presentation, to make sure there's no medical emergencies present, in addition to whatever the mental health concern may be. There's also blood work drawn with respect to disposition, as far as some people, for example, it would be inappropriate to have a mental health evaluation if, for example, I were intoxicated on alcohol and my alcohol level were elevated, because I think the idea is that you're not getting, a true representation maybe of what's going on.
So am I correct in that someone presents and then there's you medically clear that person as far as any sort of injuries or anything like that first?
I wouldn't say first necessarily. I think a lot of times these processes happen in parallel.
So in parallel, you have the medical clearance and then sort of psychological clearance as well?
Sometimes, yes.
And then sort of involved in both of those, there would be blood drawn and reference to a section 12, as far as a typical one would be looking for sort of alcohol and drugs of abuse, things of that nature.
I mean, I'm hesitant to answer yes because of the word typical, because wouldn't say there's really a typical presentation with respect to mental health presentations in the ER.
He's not going to play word salad.
And from your memory and or your review of the chart, was that done as far as the blood work done with regard to Ms. Reed on this day?
You're asking me if blood work was drawn?
Yes.
I believe so. I have to double check. So yes, it looks like there was blood work drawn.
And among the things that were tested within the facility, within Good Samaritan, was an alcohol screen. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is the result of that alcohol screen as contained within those records?
Do I answer or no?
Yes.
So it looks like 93.93. I'd have to maybe look deeper in the chart to tell you the units of that measurement. I don't want to guess. So, but to answer your question, 93.
May I approach this briefly on?
Yes.
I just.
He's going to try and help him find an answer.
Top portion of that.
Sure.
Do you see the units that 93 pertains to contained in that record, sir?
So yes, it looks like it's milligrams per deciliter.
Thank you, sir. May I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Little?
Good afternoon.
Hi.
You testified that you treated Ms. Reed when she arrived at the hospital on January 29th, correct?
I don't know if I testified that I treated her, but I was involved in her care. Yes,
You actually wrote the reports regarding her care, correct?
that is not correct.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the report?
The report, I believe we're talking about the note, the emergency room note was written by a nurse practitioner.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at some additional reports from January 29th?
Sounds like you want to show me some reports, so sure.
Go, Liza. He signed some off on some notes, perhaps. No relation. Eliza Little is no relation to me. It's a very common name.
May I approach?
Yes.
Weird, that is incorrect. Please do not report misinformation in the chat. It was 93 milligrams per deciliter. That does not equal blood alcohol content. So I'm deleting that comment. Unless you are a medical provider, please do not answer
Is your
medical
recollection
questions in the
refreshed?
chat.
Do you recall treating Ms. Reed on January 29th?
I do not.
Do you recall writing a report that has your name, Justin Rice, on it from January 29th?
No, it depends what you define report as. To best answer your, well, do I recall writing this note? No. Was that what your question was?
So is it your testimony that do you recall treating Ms. Reed at all?
No, I don't.
Do you recall actually ordering her blood in this case?
No.
Do you recall sending it out to the labs at all?
No.
As you sit here today, you don't know who collected the blood?
That's correct.
You don't know who packaged the blood?
That would also be a fair assessment, yes?
And you don't know who submitted that to the lab?
Correct.
And it wasn't you, correct?
I can confidently say that I did not collect blood work. Yeah, I did not do that.
Okay.
So do those results just not come in because they can't be authenticated and nobody knows who collected the blood? That's interesting.
You testified that you treated Mr. O'Keefe upon arrival on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Did a firefighter ever approach you on the morning of January 29th and tell you that he had information suggesting that the victim had been struck by a vehicle?
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I do not.
If you were told that, would you have
So
put
if
it in the chart?
firefighter indicated that he informed you that he had information suggesting that Mr. O'Keefe had been in some sort of vehicular accident, that's something that you would have included in your report, correct?
I don't know if that's a fair assumption.
But as you sit here today, you have no recollection whatsoever of anyone telling you that the victim had appeared to be in some sort of car accident, correct?
Well, I think, I don't have it in front of me, but I think my note that I prepared for Mr. O'Keefe states that per EMS for,
Dr. Rice, you have no record. Apologies.
So I don't think he finished his answer.
so I think that what I was trying to say, right, was that on my note, it says per EMS report. So one of the medics, as in one of the folks on the ambulance who brought Mr. O'Keefe in, again, I'm not right in front of my note, but as I recall, it said something to the effect of per EMS report, the patient may have been struck by a vehicle.
Can I show you a copy of that report?
Please.
You could take a look at that.
All right, so,
I'll ask the question. Is your
course.
recollection refresh?
yes.
Is there anywhere on that report that says that the patient came in and there was a statement by EMS that the victim appeared to have been struck by a vehicle?
Just give me a moment to read through the,
He said he just did read it.
so no, there is not.
In fact, there's no mention of a vehicle whatsoever, correct?
He looks confused.
That's correct.
Dr. Rice, did you observe Mr. O'Keefe's injuries when he arrived at the hospital that morning?
I guess you'd have to define what observe injuries means.
Well, during the course of your treatment, did you inspect him for injuries?
So, yes,
You testified that you observed certain abrasions and scratches on his right arm, correct?
yes,
Aside from his injuries to his right arm, and I believe you described sort of a laceration above his eye,
mhm,
John O'Keefe did not have a single other injury on his body from the neck down, correct?
I don't know if that's fair to say.
Well, you didn't report a single injury to his shoulders, correct?
Correct,
You did not report a single injury to his chest, correct?
correct,
You did not report a single injury to his torso, correct?
correct,
You did not report a single injury to his back, correct?
correct,
You also did not report a single injury to his ribs, correct?
correct,
No injury to his hips, right?
correct,
You observed no injury to his knees, correct?
I reported no injuries to his knees, correct,
No injuries to his shins, correct?
correct,
No injuries to his ankles, right?
correct,
And no injuries to his feet.
correct.
And this, my friends, is what we have been waiting for. This, my friends, is what we have been waiting for, because if Officer John O'Keefe had been struck by a car, there would have been injuries too. his torso, his back, his ribs, his hips, his knees, his shins, or his ankles. One of those things would have been injured in a low-speed motor vehicle accident with a pedestrian. They just would have. And this doctor who first saw him in the emergency room did not see injuries to any of those parts of his body. Case over, in my opinion. But he has scratches on his right forearm and a laceration above his right orbital area or eyebrow. And exactly what Ms. Little just crossed him on is exactly what we have been waiting to hear. So put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Neck down, he did not have a single broken bone, right?
I don't know if that's a fair assessment or a statement.
You certainly didn't notate in your report that he had any broken bones from the neck down, correct?
No, I did not. I'd happy to explain that, but to answer your question, no, I did not.
You did not report a single fracture from the neck down, correct?
I did not report a single fracture, correct?
The injuries that you testified to today were that he had sort of a laceration above his eyelid, correct?
The injuries that I testified to today, correct, yes.
And the scratches on his right arm.
On the right forearm, yes.
About the multiple skull fractures.
Dr. Rice, with reference to fractures or broken bones, can you explain sort of why that may not have been noted or why that wasn't included within the chart?
Sure, yeah, I'd like to. So with a patient like Mr. O'Keefe who came in, the focus of myself and the team of physician assistant, nurse practitioner, and nurses, whoever was helping in a case like this, the focus is in core resuscitative medicine, of securing an airway, making sure he has a breathing tube in, making sure that the CPR is being applied the right pressure to the right place, making sure that the core resuscitative elements of medicine are happening, unless as in the mind can only focus on so much. So I think in cases like this, because the attention is on resuscitation of someone's heartbeat, their life, there's less focus on injuries or observations that don't coincide with the resuscitation effort or not pertinent to that resuscitative effort, if that answers if that answers your question.
Not pertinent?
So in that vein, it's not like you're doing x-rays or a full skeletal survey or something like that?
No, we're not doing a full skeletal survey, no.
Because you're more concerned with the fact that his body core temperature is 80, his heart isn't pumping blood, and he's pulseless, correct?
Correct, unless there was an extremity injury that would be pertinent to his resuscitation. If he had had a traumatic amputation, as in removal of a leg, for example, that would be pertinent to a resuscitation. But an otherwise intact extremity, that is not necessarily within the realm of resuscitation.
But you did notate the scratches or abrasions on his right forearm. That wasn't necessary to resuscitation or life-saving, but you did notate that, and you did notate the laceration or the abrasion or the whatever you called it above the right eye in the orbital region. Donna Texas Red, thanks for the super chat, says ER healthcare provider here. If it's not charted, it didn't happen. It's a weird demeanor change here. Thank you, Jack Straw, man.
Direct your attention on the document.
Super sticker.
These charts and clinical impression, if you could just read from that, look up when you finish. Read to yourself.
I'm sorry, what would you like me to read out loud?
So
Read it to yourself, he said.
As far
So I wrote,
of Mr. O'Keefe, can you read sort of what you
Sure, right. So I wrote,
Of Mr. O'Keefe, can you read sort of what?
Clinical impression.
sure, right. So I wrote clinical impression, cardiac arrest, head trauma, exposure to environmental cold.
May I approach Mr. Retriever?
Yes.
No further questions.
Anything further, Ms. Little?
No further questions.
All right, thank you, doctor. You are all set.
Thanks.
I think the jury has a lot of questions after that.
Rather than where it's 10 minutes of one, jurors, can we do an abbreviated lunch today so we can get as much of the testimony in as possible? So it's 10 minutes of one. Why don't we come back here at 1:30? And can we go until 4:30 today? People seem to say yes. If that changes, just let Officer Delano or Officer Lyden know. Okay?
All right, they're going to break until 1:30, and then they're going to come back from 1:30 to 4:30. No motor vehicle was mentioned either. Thank you, Satai, for becoming a new member, and Vet Girl RWB for the $50 super chat. Thank you so very much. He did not treat or scan for a motor vehicle accident. No collar, no backboard. They were warming him up. No head scan. Yeah. And he testified that they told him it was a motor vehicle accident, that there was a possible motor vehicle accident, that one of the firefighters said that, but then it wasn't in the record. So that was a little strange to me. Hopefully the medical examiner took some x-rays because as we just heard this ER doc testify, the only injuries that he noted in his chart were a laceration above the right orbital region or the right eyebrow and the scratches to the right forearm. And he called them scratches. In fact, when Lally said, I think he first called them, hold on, I'm going to go back, abrasions. When Lally said, what do you mean by abrasions? He said scratches to the right forearm. Very, very interesting testimony, in my opinion. And then he tried to walk it back by saying, and then when he was crossed by Ms. Little, you didn't see any injuries to his torso? Nope. Any fractured ribs? Nope. Any injuries to his knees? No. Ankles? No. Shins? No. Torso? No. Hips? No. If he was hit by a car, then he would have those injuries. Am I right? You may remember my court TV appearance where I was attempted to be made to look like a fool when I said that on court TV, that after handling hundreds, if not thousands of motor vehicle accident cases in my 30-year career, the injuries do not line up with a low-speed motor vehicle accident. They just don't. He did note head trauma, but he said he tried to walk it back by no broken bones. Although we may see later that there were boxer fractures in both of his hands. Jack Straw it is Jack Straw from Wichita. It is Jack Straw from Wichita. That's what it is. Jack Straw from Wichita is in the chat, my friends. We are deadheads here, one and all. R.I.P. Bill Walton, everyone. Bill Walton was a huge deadhead. Saw Bill Walton at many a Dead show and many a Dead and Company show, and he was always right there in the middle with his arms up in the air. He was a Celtic, as you know. And we used to say, if our phones died, I'll meet you at Bill Walton. He was our meeting spot. So rest in peace, Bill Walton, 71 years old, died of cancer, I believe yesterday. Very sad. So that Jack Straw reference reminded me of that. We love Bill Walton. Thank you, Lynn, so much for your Venmo. You are so appreciated. And Kelly, thank you so much for your Cash App donation to the channel. You are so very kind and generous, as all of you are. So very kind and generous. Julie says he was stripped nude while at the ER. The injuries would have been noticeable. Yep. Another very interesting part of his testimony was that according to the records, it says that he did treat Karen for her Section 12 admission, not admission, or her ER visit because she was not admitted. The records say that he did, but he doesn't remember doing it. He said he did not order bloods for her. He did not sign off on any reports for her. He does not know who ordered the bloods for her. And so it may turn out that those records are not coming in because they can't be authenticated. If it doesn't say on the record who drew the blood, how are they going to be able to call that person to testify? Because they're trying to extrapolate back these alcohol results to use them as BAC results to prove the drunk driving charge. And unless they can authenticate who drew the blood and what protocols were used, because this hospital is not a sanctioned, I think it's not a sanctioned facility for the Massachusetts State Police. And the protocols are very strict with regard to how that blood has to be drawn. They may not be able to come in because the judge ruled in that fashion that she would wait and see at trial, right? Vet Girl, thank you so much for the next 10. No way a doctor would have put his license on the line. He knows documentation is everything. Best witness. People were giving him a little agita in the beginning about they were kind of dissing him. He's not a professional witness. He doesn't testify for a living. He's a doctor. But his demeanor definitely changed when the defense started crossing him. So I don't have a problem with talking about demeanor, but let's not disparage someone and their occupation and their reputation. But we can talk about their demeanor and their testimony. We don't want to talk about their looks or anything like that. Blackbird Speaks, thank you for the super chat. I wish the defendant would have questioned what other vehicle versus pedestrian he treated. Like how many other pedestrian cases he has treated. Sure, it's quite a bit. I wish they would have said, how many dog bite cases have you treated? How many dog bite injuries have you ever treated in the emergency room? Because I would submit to you that an ER doctor would see a lot more dog bites than a medical examiner would, because people don't typically die from dog bites, right? Kajbul, thanks for the 5. 25-year police detective here. This case needs to be used as training on how not to investigate a crime. You're right. Just like in one of the pretrial motions that we listened to, the argument of the pretrial motion to have DA Morrissey removed from this case. David Yannetti said, because DA Morrissey released in August, I think it was August, this past August, right? 2023, released a video statement how the harassment of these witnesses must stop and how Colin Albert was not in the house and Trooper Proctor never went to the scene that day, and went on and on and on. Vouching for the witnesses, calling the defense's third-party culprit defense an absolute horror. He didn't say horror, but he might as well have said shock and horror. Calling it baseless. David Yannetti said that law professors are using that video in class in law school to teach their students how not to be a district attorney, or things that district attorneys should never do. So this case is providing a lot of content for a lot of teachers in a lot of different areas. And that, my friends, is the truth. That's what's happening out there. Yep. Sparkly Rabbit, I don't think he had anything to do with anyone in this case. I just think that he's pretty clueless and not a physician I'd want taking care of me based on his lack of ability to basic function. But he's a treating doctor. He's not a professional witness. So, I mean, listen to the nurses in the chat. We don't know. Right. I can only just say, if Dr. Rice had been an impartial witness like he should be, yeah, ask him all the dog bite car accident questions, but not this guy. I don't know. I do not know. Yeah, isn't he wearing a neck collar in the autopsy pics? He is, right? He's wearing a cervical collar. So I don't know. I don't know. a little bit crazy. I'm going to set up another stream for after lunch. Give me 1 second, please. Okay, so we are going to teleport. I'm going to end this stream. We're going to teleport over to the afternoon stream, which is going to start. Oh, 1:30. They're coming back at 1:30. I scheduled it for 1:40, but be warned that it is going to be 1:30. So we're going to come back in less than 20 minutes. But right now, or maybe we'll just. Yeah, I already set it up. So we're going to teleport over there. We're going to come back in about 20 minutes. Everybody go stretch your legs. Hit this like button on the way out for the morning stream, please. Thank you so much. And it says 1:45, but I thought they were coming back at 1:45. They're coming back at 1:30. So we're going to come back at 1:30 on that next stream. Safe teleporting over there. Let me know you made it. Say hello in the chat. And everybody go stretch your legs, make a snack, have a little bit of lunch, and we will be back at 1:30. All right, everyone. I'll see you over there. Safe travels.